The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea, into the blue. They change but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. The seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching, it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Each time of year carries memories, like a never fading whisper in the breeze. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on changing just like another season. Don't want another day without you by my side. Oh, this season. You came into my life just like
need a scarecrow after what you did, 'cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did, 'cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, but this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a You're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost inside my head.
I need a second to take a breath, to keep me guessing with what you said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna frustrated. It ain't enough to fix a love. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait. Here you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me too.
Is it okay if I'm to say I'm catching feelings from all the dealings? Am I astray? What do you say? How are you feeling? Is it the same? I hope you're not planning to waste my time. To my surprise, that was her reply. Now we vibe. It's been a while and such a ride, the stars align. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go.
Well, hello everyone. We have a nice little game for you guys today. Nice challengers matchup. And McCready, I gotta say, with these two teams that we're about to be looking at, I gotta know, who would you say would you have as the hand up, has a leg up, I should say, on this little matchup today?
I mean, looking at these two teams, we've got Clark Red. They're going to be going up against Nova Nighthawks. Now, both of these teams are currently 2-6, but you've got to look at it. There are a couple of forfeits in there. There are a couple of buys in there as well. I think when it comes down to pure round count, I think it does come down to Nova Nighthawks. But I think I'm going to back Clark Red. I've seen them a couple of times. I mean, they got some funny names with their university brand in there. So I think, yeah, I want to go Clark Red. See You Later is a name that I will always treasure.
See You Later is actually kind of a band. It might be the best name I've ever seen, quite personally. We've seen some funny names in Siege as well. I feel like, especially considering other games, I feel like Siege is just one of them.
Yeah.
But anyways, we have map bans. So which is great because we get to see where we get to go. Which
not wasting any time though. Oh. We are gonna talk about these players just a little bit. I mean, on the side of the Nova Nighthawks, we've got Haya, Unstable, Gorthor, Wild Panther, and Sneaky. So a lot of smart degrees going up there. You know, computer science, political science, engineering, and general engineering. We're going to be looking to engineer some victories today with crafting some little sneaky maneuvers, trying to make things work, find an opening, just realistically find that best spot for the seeding, because both of these teams look like they are going to be, it's almost confirmed that they're going to be in the playoffs. The question is where they're going to be seeding. Who are they going to be playing, Joe?
Yeah, and they are playing against Clark Red. So you got Zulu, See You Later, which might be the best thing ever. Switch around a little bit. Rated, who I actually do know. .VLK, Valkyrie, Bunnies, and Ski. So pretty. See You Later is just so good. I'm stuck on it. I really am. But I mean, two teams pretty even on the record side of things. But to me, you know, it's two teams that are even. So we have map bans as well. So we get to see where these two lovely teams get to go. And it's Chalet, Border, and Oregon.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're getting the default day. We're getting the Chalet, Bank, and Oregon map. A lot of fun. I've got to be honest, but when I look at this, I say Chalet, you look at that maybe for a more aggressive team wanting to get things out of the gate very quickly. I mean, Nova have pushed it. These are incorrect that we do want to mention. It's Chalet, Club, and Oregon in that order. But I look at Chalet as that first map, which is correct. Chalet will be where we're going. Correct. Nova's picked that map, and Clark Red decided they want that defense first. I think for Nova, that's the way it should go. If you're taking that map, you've got to be confident, especially on that attacking side. Otherwise, you don't go to Chalet for the defensive setup. I mean, it's not really why you look towards that map. It's more attacker-sided. It has been since it's brought in. There's a lot of opportunities for attackers to get a lot of map control very early on. And Nova, if you're confident, if you're going to be getting the wins in this round, you need to be good on that attack. So I think get the attack out of the way first. That's exactly what you need to do.
Yeah, kind of get your leg up right there. And you know, like you mentioned, it's not hard to get map control on Chalet. It's quite simple to do it, and that's kind of why it's attacker sided. But at the same time, for defenders, you really take a look at, like, you need to be the ones to make the play. You need to try and get man advantage, because a lot of the times rounds are determined very early on, and who ends up, you know, getting away from that initial, you know, gunplay, that those first gunfires with the man advantage. Whoever typically has that man advantage, it's pretty easy to work with on this map. So you definitely take a look at the entry engagements throughout the entirety of these matchups, really, on this map, and whoever kind of comes away with them more often really has the advantage throughout the majority of those rounds. So definitely, yeah, the attackers, it's easier to do it just because you have less to do. So that's why I would say that the attackers do kind of have that advantage.
Yeah, for me, I think the main advantage to have in this round, would be that piano hallway. I mean, you're looking at every single site on the game. It's very heavily focused towards that one hallway, towards that one room. Think about that top floor. If you want to get pushing into site, you need that hallway control, but you need to get into piano, and it's a very, very tough nut to crack for an attacking side, especially when the defenders, in this case, hopefully Clark Red, have a really good defensive setup. A lot of utility behind it, a couple of Rooney gates, a couple of ADSs. That's when it becomes a nightmare. That's when the attackers will get tested. Speaking of attackers that we are going to see, though, Thatcher's going to get banned off the board straight away by Clark Red. I think if they are going to play that utility, Thatcher's a great pick for it. I mean, we don't really need to explain why a Thatcher pick is a good one, but we might as well go for it anyway, Joe.
You know, it's definitely weird because, in my honest opinion, I don't think Thatcher is a good ban on majority of the maps, but I would say Chalet is one of them where I actually think he's a pretty good ban. Just with, you know, which it's been in the game for a while now, but I think it's still a note to talk about with those secondary EMPs. They are very powerful, and it kind of makes Thatcher's gadget not as important. But on maps like Chalet, where, you know, it's kind of bunched up on utility spots, for instance, like top blue, or for instance, the half wall shield on kitchen, you know, certain utilities or even walls specifically, the Thatcher can be really, really powerful. So on this map especially, I do find that ban good. NECC ban coming in as well, which kind of counters that Thatcher ban, because I mean, getting rid of those Cades when that Thatcher's up is going to be an absolute pain.
I think, in my opinion, looking towards that ban, that Cade isn't really the way I'd play it. If you have those impact nades, I'd probably look at banning out a bandit or maybe a mute in that situation, because you look at it, those Cade claws, you put one down, you hit them, you can't Cade trick it. It's going to be very difficult to do so, but with a bandit, you can get right up against that basement wall. You can keep bandit tricking. Those impact EMPs that you were talking about, they're a lot less useful. You have to use a lot more just to get that wall open. Whereas if you take a mute, if you ban a mute out or you ban a bandit, you're essentially forcing them into that cave pick. That cave definitely going down in value utility-wise when you look at Thatcher. It's not the be-all end-all operator of utility denial. They have got those secondary AMPs. They will use them. The K-Claw is very, very susceptible to them, as are the mute jammers. But hopefully from Ski, we're going to be seeing a little bit of bandit tricking, showing exactly why they want to keep that bandit on the board. Probably something to do with the fact that they're on the defense first. Nova, however, going with that mirror bandit makes a lot of sense. A lot of information, the C4, the Vector, it's just a really good kit overall. And when we talk about places like that piano hallway, it really starts to come into their own in why it's such an important operator.
Interesting Azami placement right there as well, especially when, you know, you could put a shield there, but a lot of teams, you see now opt to not reinforce that single wall right there to get that long angle. You typically see them opening it up so you can get certain long angles, especially, I mean, really for both takes. You know, if they push front, you can hold the main stairs from a long ways away. If, you know, you are pushing the backside, you can hold it from main stairs. So you really can,
Bomb located
you know,
by attackers.
get a lot of control by leaving that wall open. I know a lot of teams, for instance, especially if you're going to bunker down, which Clark Red have decided to do, you know, it's not something you do as much. But Nova do take that control really early, and that nade comes in. That's going to be the opening pick that they needed. Nova find that opening kill, and off of that, they're going to put that Osa shield right on down in the doorway, which maybe not always the best thing to do just because of how C4s can work, and you do have to hop that shield instead of being able to just walk in. But the main wall gets open. Rated coming down the west stairs, no information on him, so looks like an even round early, but Raid also does have that bailiff if he wants to drop that back hatch, something to be noted, and it looks like he has that play ready to go, but Nova aware of it.
Attackers activating diffuser.
Loading mag.
And looking at this, the plan starts to go down. You're able to get that 30 seconds on the clock, and Rated will go for the drop, but Sneaky's going to hear it. And shot giving away that Claymore, so Unstable's able to find another one. The Warden in blue finds a buck, but isn't able to find the sledge. And that is going to be the first round going towards those attackers beside a Nova. In my opinion, Joe, I look at that round and I think maybe a Nomad should have been brought. I mean, you deal with Rated a lot better, and the kind of a take that they wanted, they need to get very fast control over towards that trench side. They need to get that boiler wall open fast and focus entirely on side. Bringing an air jab, that would just allow them to do it a lot more and a lot more comfortably. Because they can't just sit there playing that long angle once they open the breach, because it's just going to waste the time, and the defenders are going to be able to adapt.
Well, that's kind of the
Defenders,
hurtful
protect your
part
bombs
of
from being
not
defused
opening
by
the hatch.
attackers.
Just because, you know, if you're going to play up there, which you should always be playing up there,
Attackers
you kind of
recover
give up
the
that
location of the
back
bomb.
control. Once that long angle gets open and, you know, you get the boiler wall open, it's kind of round over. All you need to do is get those two walls open and, you know, beyond damage control, make sure that somebody doesn't just make the play and kill your entire team. So it's like, you know, if you open up that hatch upstairs alone, you have to do way more than just open up those walls and just walk into sight and put that bomb down, because you don't really have to take any control. You have that hatch open upstairs. That hatch being open alone makes you have to clear out that entire part of the map to make sure that nobody can play upstairs and play that hatch and deny that plant that they just went for. So that
Attackers are
one
heading
little
out
thing
to
on that
defuse a bomb.
setup completely changes the dynamic, and we're going to see Clark go right back to the site and not change anything up, which not always great, but, you know, Clark, they do bring a Warden, however, is one thing that they do, which will help with those smokes a little bit on the execute, but at the end of the day, it's not enough utility to me to really make anything work on this part of the map. So I'm not sure that adjustment was enough, but we'll see what they have cooked up on the way that they want to play it.
Well, they had a Warden last time. That Warden played over towards blue and was only able to find that exit frag onto the bug. For me, it's going to be these roamers. How are they going to impact this round? How are Nova going to be prepared for them? Last time we saw Sneaky immediately ready to go on that flank watch, immediately to get that pick. But it's going to be See You Later who's actually able to start things off. We'll take away the Osa, putting down those shields on the door. Like you said, the refrag will come out. But with those shields on that door, like you said, it's very awkward to push it inside. Now, though, they don't have that opportunity with the shield to just start walking in. They are going to have to face check, and in doing so, do give See You Later and Ski and Rated, the opportunity for a very nice crossfire. Hopefully a lot of nades will come out from Nova. They will hopefully be able to give that play over towards pillars. But no, they just got to go for the breach. I think they just got to play it safe, get the long angle, and cover the swing.
You know, shocked they even got a pick off that, but that's the Osa right there. I mean, the Osa shield, like I said, does not need to go in the door. Just hold it for the long angle and hold it for maybe breach or holding west main, like something like that. And you don't got to force it, but there it is. The plant is now starting to go down. The kills are going to have to come in. Rated takes the first fight, not able to do it. Panther finds the first, finds the second, and all of a sudden we have a 4v1 post plant for them. Ski finds the first, pre-fires the wrong angle. A second attack win. Like I said, the changes from Clark, not enough, and Nova finding themselves 2 clean attack rounds down there.
Yeah, they were able to get that opening pick. While the refrag did come through, it wasn't really enough. I mean, one of those Osa shields had already gone down. The other one, they were ready to get it. I feel like definitely putting it over towards that breach side. When you're going for that plant, having that shield, having that backup is a very, very comfortable thing to have. And it just opens up a lot more opportunities. You can play towards pillars a lot better. You can play it, look over towards connector, maybe get an angle over towards the actual rotate itself. Ultimately, for me, though, it did come down to Clark Red trying to go for that flank, but Nova was just ready for it. They were expecting that player to come down those stairs. You could tell this is something that they're used to, something that they practice. Because, unfortunately, there's only one way you really learn that you need to have somebody covering those stairs pretty much all the time. And, well, you know, it's not just by sheer intuition, it is through the hard way. Heading up to this top 4 side, Clark Red, I think, saying, well, we've lost 2 rounds, no more. We don't want to give away anything else. You lose it once, okay, it might just be an off round. You lose it a second time, you can't afford to go back there. I think Clark has read it pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, you go to the site a 3rd time in a row, it's like, come on now, what are we doing? You don't want to go there 3 times. 3 times in general, losing it twice. You know, even if they went there again at all, it's tough because it's like, all right, they'd have to really overhaul what they're doing, and I don't necessarily see them doing that on the fly like that. And you know, a different look, and you have the Amaru here, and he looks like he's just gonna fly right onto the solar. I believe they had some information there. There wasn't even set up on the solar side, and he's just gonna find a free pick walking in, sneaky, catches bunnies off guard on that castle, and he's doing all the work over here. And they now already have site control, and Clark is gonna have to start working their way back. Rated gets taken down to Sneaky, finds his second, and he wants more. Slowly advancing, knows this player's in this corner, finds his 3rd of the round before finally being taken down. And Nova look like they've done already enough to win the round. Big window on the cross, and Clark gonna have to pull off some magic to even get back into the round.
Yeah, very strong coming out from Sneaky, able to find those opening picks. And put it, Piano, we talked about the importance of it. Those players, they just couldn't without taking the fight with the G8. That player has gone down, but not before Nova have got their post-line situation set up. Blackbeard playing up on double window, going to be very difficult to deal with. The Piano window play of Haya is able to take down Vex Hilarious. And suddenly Ski on their lonesome, able to catch Panther in the back. A big kill, but not all of them have come yet. You need to find 3 more. You need to do it on the clock. Are they going to peek? You go for the peek onto double window. You take the Blackbeard, but do you find the Yana? No, you don't. Unstable is going to close things down and give Nova a 3rd attacking round on the trot. We talked about it being an attacker-sided map, Joe, and we're just seeing that all the way through sheer aggression and very, very fast takes.
Yeah, definitely, but it looks like Nova is way more comfortable on this map than Clark. Clark didn't even have any setup on that solar side. None of the walls reinforced, opened, nothing. There was just that rotate. Everything was geared towards that library side, which is kind of a gamble that they were taking, is, you know, kind of hoping that they would push into their setup. And if they did, you know, they did have a lot of utility and bodies over there. So yeah, sure, it's great. But if Nova reads into that, they see, hey, all their setup is over here. Let's just take the other side of the map. And, you know, did one more than that. They saw that there was no setup even in solar, so they just fly right in. And that gamble not paying off for Clark. And it's like, they just don't really feel like they have an idea of what they want to do over here. And they're doing exactly the same thing. All of this setup on this library side once again, and something once again has to change. They're even not reinforcing the right side of that library wall. Kind of hoping that shield's going to do a lot.
I'll be honest. I reinforce that wall as well. I find it's a lot more comfortable to play. But I am going to back Clark Red. I might be wrong, and I'm happy to accept that. I'm here to back Clark Red in that last round. I think they fell into that trap of that a lot of teams can tend to do, which is, okay, it's top 4 side, they're going to play exactly how we do. They're going to go for that library take, they're going to try and take Piano Hallway. Let's just heavily stack that with utility. Now, Nova have definitely given them that little wake-up call. They are aware, right, they might come from behind and stuff, so we need somebody over there. Bunnies, they've got that sense of mind to make that adaptation to try and make it work. I feel like maybe next time, Clark Red, just bring a prox mine or something, just to have that little audio cue that somebody's coming over. No, over that split take though, they do have the players towards library, over towards balcony, and with the big window. Looks like more of the default take that Clark Red were expecting, as such Sneaky gonna go down. The Frost Mat to find a fierce casualty, as some utility will be taken away by Unstable.
Yeah, and that Frost Mat doing a good job. That nade pre-patch before they, changed theirs a little bit, for sure ends up taking Ski down, but not yet. He's still alive, and so Sneaky, with the Frost Mat, which he does get rezzed. So, back up to 20 HP, and Nova, they have all this control over here, but a little bit better this round. At least it's not complete site control. Clark, a little bit of a step up from what we saw last round, but Nova have taken a pretty good amount of the map so far, and we see Vexilarius downstairs, working his way back up. I think Nova aware that there was a player around there as they were looking, towards basement. That's where the Sledge's eyes were geared towards, but they start moving around a little bit more. That wall now opened, and we kind of have a more old school take so far, and See You Later finds the first kill. Clark now, for I believe the first time this entire game, have the opening pick, actually the second time on one of the basement rounds, and for that second time they give it right back, not able to hold that control, and Ski gets one back, a 4v3 now, but instantly traded once again, and Rated sneaking his way right back up. Another smoke goes out. Unstable down to 1 HP, but I don't believe he hears the plant going down right next to him. He does end up finding the kill. A 3v2 right here in Nova, and their first late disadvantage of the game. But again, the trade going in right there, and Nova have all left to do to clean it up. And the peek goes in. Rated finds another one. It's all down to Unstable. Can he do it? He's been the man this entire game, but Rated closes out the round for Clark, and Clark find themselves on the board.
Yeah, this is right. You're gonna do it. Are they gonna do it? No, they realize they don't have enough time to. Very well played coming out from Clark Red. That was definitely what they were expecting last round, and I think it shows in their setup. They had the refrag. They said, okay, right, Sneaky, we're going to get you playing close on piano. You're going to be the aggressive player. You've got that player in support. And the same thing happened, though, with Rated. Rated was able to get aggressive, go for the swing, go for the peak. They had the comfort of the Jaeger sat behind them. And in doing so, that meant, okay, well, I'll go for a peak. I'll get it. They have a lot more confidence in that round than what we saw in the one before that, I feel. Very, very strong from them to bring it back. The refrags were consistently there. They were put in that tough position, but they were able to bring it back. I mean, the smoke usage, very, very nice. They smoked it off so much that any cover they really wanted just wasn't really visible. Now, though, they're going to be heading down to that bottom floor. I can't really say that this is something I'm excited to see. We've seen this site 2 times already. There's only 2 rounds left. I mean, we can only see one more site, and after this, I'm hoping it's not this basement. It hasn't worked out so well for them very much. They do have that adaptation ability, but are we really going to see it? Are Nova going to be caught off guard by anything Clark Red do in this round?
They have to be, right? They have to change something up pretty majorly if they want to win it, and you see Nova bringing that exact same setup they've had the last couple of times they've been, and why change that? It's the exact same thing. It's the exact same hold, and Rated is upstairs a little bit, but at the end of the day, something has to change right here, and he's not able to take down any of those drones from upstairs, not able to find them, so just nothing really going on over there, and Rated is the one playing back in sight once again, but they just nothing really being done to do anything about this take. Obviously, there's more to be doing mid-round, and hopefully some of that comes out, but as of right now, not a single adjustment.
No, they are going to be bringing that very same setup before. Callie's going to be able to get that ball utility taken down. The Aruna Gate will have that impact, especially will these mute jammers. Thing is, that breach opens up. It's very simple to clear it out. You can use a drone, you can use an impact EMP. Granted, it will give Clark Red that time to adjust, to time to get their guns looking. They know a push is about to come. For example, you can see the Warden picks up the shield, rotates it around. But this is all time that's being wasted. The drone going upstairs will alert Sneaky and say, right, you know, you've got to worry about this. They have a Jaeger above. Over. They do see the utility is going to burn it out. The second one's going to follow and head over towards that pillars. The ADSs, there's only one on that wall, but it's all they need. As Rated and Buddies are able to find a pick each. Rated will get taken down as a refrag, but they still have the player advantage at the halfway mark. Sneaky, though, with a double kill of their own, and with that Cali sniper rifle, it's going to even things out. The plank goes down and See You Later suddenly realizes it might be time to push, but Ski gets the C4, shuts down that plan, and now they have to push onto site. Sneaky getting taken down. It's all down to What's It To Ya.
Yeah, just left down to him. Nice time peaks over there, and gonna be really tough for him to get his teammate up, which he's going to, I believe, try to do. But there's a shield facing him. He's not gonna be able to do this. Gonna have to sprint across multiple players, and he's able to do it. He actually gets his teammate right back up, and with 50 seconds, a 2v1, a lot of time to work with, but the Jaeger retakes the Osa shield, and he's able to down the Osa now, and the Osa's down to the ground, not able to find the kill, but it's all down to Sneaky with that sniper rifle, and not a lot of HP as he gets his teammate up. See You Later's down to 1 HP right here, and so many players down to such low health, and there's still 30 seconds, so that time is now starting to tick, and Sneaky down to maybe the lowest HP you could possibly be. Measly 1 right there, and it's going to be tough for them to be able to do anything. That shot barely missing as Vexilarius finds it, and the Osa flanks around, actually finds the first kill, but he doesn't have the case to work with, as he's not able to find the kills either. Vexilarius closes out the round, and Clark put up a couple rounds right there.
Okay, well, you know, we doubted them. They proved us wrong there. They were able to keep them in the game. That impact C4 coming out from Ski just shut everything down. You know, Sneaky and What's It To Ya, they had to really make something happen there. They had to push into these crossfires. They had to try and get that plan down, but it couldn't happen. I feel like towards the end of that, what I would have liked to see from Nova was them just saying, okay, well, right, we've got What's It To Ya up. That's huge. We're just going to take it. We're going to run away. We have to rotate around. We don't have the diffuser, but you've got to make another angle. At that point, Clark Red are so dug in. They're so connected, just locked in over towards that blind side. They don't need to worry about the main side because they know where both of these players are. On the flip side, though, for the side of Clark Red, they applied pressure brilliantly. They made Nova feel like they couldn't just get away. So they were re-peeking and they were taking the gunfight, and that's how they got rid of that Osa. That's how they were able to get rid of these players just holding the angles for the plant. And Sneaky, though, that double kill, man, something beautiful. It just wasn't enough, though.
Wasn't enough. No, it wasn't. But Clark kind of got themselves right back in this game. We get a little nervous, didn't we? You know, they weren't really making too much adjustments, but they were able to do a lot with that. And we see the Bravo come out, which shocked that it hasn't really been brought out outside of, you know, just this site, just because, you know, at least on that master take, just because, you know, that Bravo, you could literally stick that drone through the front door, get control of that main lobby cam, and you have a ton of information around the map. So Bravo, really powerful, especially on Chalet. Shocked to not see it a little bit more, but happy that we're seeing it at all. And the Mav coming out, which again is very interesting because what can you Mav?
I mean, I want to go back to what can you Bravo. I mean, this is a map that I feel like Bravo has a lot of potential on.
Of course.
We talked about piano, we talked about how important it was, how much utility Clark Red committed to it. And What's It To Ya is going to be able to catch Ski looking towards that drone. And the Bravo that we're talking about could get this drone in if Wild Panther isn't going to be able to find another kill. Get that drone in, get these Aruni gates off the board. They're not in this round, but thinking of the potential, what we've seen every time. Why do we have a Maverick? Well, that's exactly why. Sneaky able to find that pick into stock onto Rated, and in doing so, Vexilarius was going to be left alone over towards those blue stairs, and not really the weapon to make this happen, Joe, with the comeback in the 1v5.
Well, he's got a 1.5, a lot to work with, but instantly gets traded, taken down, and I guess we see why they went basement so many times instead of coming to bar. Hey, it's kind of gave up that library control way too early, and kind of shocked that the Azami didn't come out, especially considering how good she can really be on that site. You know, you could really make Library an absolute fortress with Azami, and not really opting to bring it out.
Not even Library. Looking at what to make that really, really difficult position. From my point of view for Clark Red, the way that that round played out was a little bit too aggressive in certain areas where it shouldn't have been, a little bit too passive in other ones. I mean, we didn't really see any roaming presence coming out from them. Apart from when you look towards Library, apart from when you see over towards that Library area, trying to take some gunfights with a drone right in front of the window. I think maybe just a little bit of target prioritization needs to come into play there. You realize, you see the drone, and you obviously realize they have information on you. They're going to act upon it. So just be prepared, look towards that window, maybe just get a couple of shots off in the first place, and just get out. On the flip side though, Nova, they took advantage of everything they were given, and you can't really fault them in that round. It was quite clean. They lost 1 player out of 5. I'd be happy with that going into your attacking side. Or defensive side, sorry.
Let's see what I can find.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, not that bad, but this first round, I mean, you're saying it, every time I kind of always, remember that it feels like it's a swing round, a 5-2 and a 4-3 is definitely 2 very, very different things, and if you're Clark Red, you don't want to go down to that 5-2 hold, especially just because, this is the first time you're getting a look at them attacking, so it's like, it's kind of a set the tone round. We're going to see what we're going to really be getting from both of these teams, and if Nova does end up finding a way to win this round, it kind of has to go into your confidence as Clark Red, how we really going to feel going into this. And it looks like Unstable trying to go out for a little bit of an early kill, but not able to do it. SMG 11 shots not hitting, and that opportunity was there. The impact actually going out, and he's able to find it. Ski, the Osa, maybe wishing he wasn't putting his shield down right there.
Yeah, maybe just keeping it up and... Like I've got to agree, Clark Red, this is a must-win round. If you lose this one, you lose that momentum on the momentum reset that you have at that side switch. Now, you've got to bring it back. You're already at that disadvantage. It was sneaky on the Romer's Oryx. This is going to cause problems if you don't deal with it right now. Knockdown below, though, is going to be taking them out. Can look towards a utility. But I think Clark Red, they've kind of stalled out just a little bit. Especially over towards this K9 window. They don't really want to take out. They don't really want to take this gunfight with Unstable. Or Unstable, sorry. Unstable's been on an absolute mad one so far. Currently 11-3 when the next player in the lobby is sat on 7 kills. That's one of their players. Looking towards this time, starting to wind down. Nova's starting to do everything right. They got aggressive very early on. Now they've just pulled back and slowed down. And look at the time that's being wasted. Clark Red, they have to drone out Library. Rated's able to find a kill as they push up Solarium, but the rest of the team's nowhere in support as Rated gets taken down. That means no one's there for a refrag. And we say even Stevens at that 1-minute mark.
Yeah, it felt like they were playing off the back of that knock play. It was kind of their push. It's kind of what they were trying to do. And Bunnies is over here on that ace. They're able to get the wall whenever they want. I just feel like they're going to really be going for that right now. They're going to be looking for that piano shield, but until they get that wall open, it's going to be really tough for them to do anything. And you see Unstoppable start to swing. Oh. He finds the first and able to get away with his life, but he wants more and maybe shouldn't have necessarily done that. Gives himself right back up, and now that wall's right on open. And Clark Red have an opportunity now to really get themselves back into a round that maybe they shouldn't be in, but with that wall not being open here either, they can just go in for this half wall plant if they want, but only 10 seconds remaining. The C4 goes in. Hayai finds the kills, and Nova clean up the round. That got a little scary right there.
Yeah, I mean, Clark Red, they had that wall open. They had the opportunity for the plant at the very end. But it wasn't a very strong opening onto site. Like you said, it felt like they relied a little bit too much on that knock. As soon as Nova were able to get that player taken down with the bandit playing in closet, well, suddenly the rest of Clark Red, they're rushing to try and get to that point, rushing to get that wall open. They haven't got that piano control. And that's the big problem because the crossfire was set up. That immediately meant that Bunnies, they had to be prepared to, when they went into that half wall for the player rotate, a player on that K9 door, and a player over towards piano. You have to be aware of all of these angles. You only had one player supporting you. it was a very tough situation to be in, especially when that C4 flew through. Nova, they played it beautifully. I mean, they had the player over towards bathroom, that piano section, and now they're going to be heading down to that bottom floor. Hopefully, Joe, they're going to be winning this, putting on to match point, and showing Clark Red how to get this round on the bottom floor from the get-go.
Yeah, they're going to try to show them how it's done, right? But they do have that glass now coming out from Rated, and I believe that means they're going to go for a little bit of a quick plant front. It looks like all their drones are going over here. It's what they want to do, and maybe that's the good thing, because you see Nova, they are roaming over here, and can prove to be something a little bit difficult for some teams to do, is clear this side of the map. So, you know, maybe they don't want to clear much at all. They're going to try and get that wall open with that twitch. You know, get them bandits right off the wall, which I believe they're actually going to be going for tricks here as well. And with no EMPs, or excuse me, they do have the EMPs, but the bandits also not on the wall. And that's not going to really matter as much either, since the ace, you can throw it on both sides. You can't do both. You just are waiting for everything to go in. One EMP goes in, the mute jammer going in, but I don't think that's going to stop the wall from getting open. The wall's going to get opened right there, and he does get taken down. Rated finds the opening pick. You gotta wonder why the bandit wasn't the one on the wall right there, and it was the mute. But last, doesn't matter that much. They're gonna be able to get the wall open. The Osa coming out as well, and there is a C4 in the hands of this bandit, and a couple of impacts in the hands of the Vigil. So that Osa shield, hopefully they don't go for plant behind it, because at the end of the day, that Osa shield's going to get blown up if any of them peek this wall.
Right now, I want to see Wild Panther stay on that top floor. They need to be there, because you can see the players of Clark Red start to position over towards blue. See you later, primarily just waiting, ready to push down. As soon as the push goes down blue, that's when the players on the breach start to move in. The distraction, the attack from two fronts starts to come in. That's when we're going to see Clark Red go for this execute. Panther, stay on that top floor. If you stay there, you have the ability to adapt. You're able to put them in these tough situations that you were so prepared to deal with on your defense. But Sneaky's going to find that first kill. That Warden Glasses goes up and starts to peek the breach. Panther's able to find Ski dropping down. What's it to? You're staying there with the C4. And Sneaky's able to find another one. See you later. Taken down over towards that mud room. Going to leave Vexilarius on their own towards blue. And the two players both very much split apart. The Warden gets taken down, but the position's given away in doing so.
Yeah, and you needed to not hold that flank. You had to push blue to make sure that that guy couldn't swing, and he does it. And not necessarily fantastic, and it leaves Raiden and Vexilarius now in tough positions. They need another kill right here, and C4 still in those hands of What's-It-To on that bandit, and he does a lot of damage over onto Rated, and nobody giving away a pick right now. And it's really going to be all on Vexilarius to make something happen, because Rated kind of has his hands tied over here, and Vexilarius is going to try and find the kill. The shot's going, he actually finds the kill, and Rated now able to just walk down these stairs. Gonna maybe try and put this one in this corner, but that bandit, whenever he wants to swing, and be able to get it down. But the Jaeger goes down. They know exactly where it is. The C4 finds the first kill. It's a 1v1. He knows the corner that he's in, but he hits the deck, and the bandit finds the kill. Nova get out of a round that maybe they almost threw away, but again, find a way to win it, and Nova put themselves on a match point.
Yeah, and if you're Nova right there, you don't complain, you take that, because any win is a win, let's be honest. But looking at that situation at the very end, we saw Rated starting to push down these stairs. Oh, I can't believe what I saw. The player over towards the main stairs should have been able to cover that connecting door. There we go, we're having a nice little struggle with words. Should have been able to cover the swing, but the fact that they didn't have that kill onto that rotation player meant it just took a little bit too long. That plant just got shut down, and suddenly What's-It-To? You sat there and just relaxing, you know, holding the angle, holding it prone. You know realistically that they can't be aiming at that footlight unless they know that you're prone. So you're going to have that advantage, especially with that fast-firing MP7 up against the DMR. Very, very well played. They waited. I feel like the players that were meant to make that little secondary push, just that little thorn in the side while they go for the face, that went very, very well. See you later. Didn't really get what they wanted out of it. but Vexilarius definitely did. And in doing so, Clark Red, they had a really good push onto the side.
Yeah, it was a little slow, wasn't it? It took too much time to do a couple of things. And
Yeah.
He made the wrong play initially, Vexilarius, and pushing down those blue stairs and trying to hold that blue flank, but made up for it by getting that big kill on main and finding all the kills really that he needed to get down. And you know, it may have been a little bit better for Ray to get that bomb down either on the right side or, you know, maybe try and push through and try and play for the kill in that 2v1. And maybe a couple of decisions in that round, making it so that Clark couldn't really find the win. But, you know, it's a lot more upside than we've seen in a lot of these rounds outside of the two that they had won. You know, a lot of the rounds that they've lost haven't really been necessarily close, or, you know, even the ones that have been close, it's been off the back of kind of Nova's mistakes and not Clark making the right plays. And right there, Clark was making the right plays. And even though you do find yourself down 6-2, that's kind of a position you do want to be in. You know, I'd rather be losing rounds with things going right and getting a little unlucky towards the end than, you know, getting lucky. That's not a sustainable way to win. So, you know, a lot more to take away from. And even if they do lose this map, it's something to take away from for map 2 to build off of. Yeah. So, you know, it's a better position for them to be in, win or loss, you know, for that round. It's something that you can really see for them to be like, hey, you know, we can do this. If you give up that opening pick, which again, not the situation you want to be in, Rated has found himself in a decent spot as they've cleared, you know, the inside out library. Rated does barely stay alive right here, and still a lot more work for them to need to get done. But once they clear out Mez, it feels like everything's just going to fall into place.
Well, unfortunately for Rated, that diffuser is going to go down onto the floor, while Unstable is able to down out. Well, Unstable is going to get down. That means, well, they still know the play is there. Somebody can come for the res, or they can just say, right, let's put a C4 down. You know, if you're going to go out, we're going to go out with a bang, take out these players. With that diffuser going down, Rated was playing all by themselves, and he's able to pick up another one. And as they watch that res go up, Vexilarius in a tough spot has to try and push in through this window. Ski gets taken down. It's all down to Vexilarius in that 1 versus 5 to keep Clark Red in this Chalet game. Nova, so far, they've shown us why they're playing on Chalet, why they picked it, why they wanted to go here. But like you say, Clark Red, a lot of things have gone well for them. So far, not so much in this round has gone well, but they'll never say never. Time to get down. The players getting a bit aggressive. Vexilarius misses the shots at the high R. Realizes a push may come from CEO Door. And that means you have to get ready for that gunfight. The drop comes down. You know the player's down there. Seeky gets taken down with 10 seconds left. A player holding that main door. The peek comes out from Panther and closes down Chalet in favor of Wolf. 7-2. But I don't think it really is 7-2. I mean, it was a much closer game. Clark could have had a lot more opportunities to put rounds on that board. It's just that little bit of finishing power for me.
Yeah, like I said, it's that decision making. Whether it's the beginning of the round or the end of the round. For instance, this round, it was the beginning of the round, necessarily able to map the way that they should. You know, then the picks didn't use their utility correctly. I mean, you had a Jaeger, you know, I should say a lack thereof of a Jaeger, and they had nades in certain positions. And, you know, for them to get themselves into library, you need to clear that player from Mez, and nobody hopped through that single window. Nobody naded out Mez. You know, nothing was really being done. It was just waiting for Rated to make a play over on that office side, and they didn't do that. You know, Rated ends up getting taken down, and it just left holes and players confused on what they needed to do. So, you know, that was that. Mid-round, I felt like, for the most part, went well for them throughout most of the rounds. But, you know, mid-round isn't where you win these rounds. It's at the beginning of the round and the end of the round. So, you know, it's kind of the bad timing of when things were going well for them. So even though, you know, technically it could have been closer in some instances, it was more so the important moments that they needed to be, you know, making those good decisions, hitting their shots. Everything needs to be going right is when everything was going wrong.
Yeah, I feel like looking towards those end of round executes is something that, for the side of Clark Red, that's what I want to see them work on. Have this moment, just say, okay, we're going to take a breather, we're just going to move on, and we're going to get this round. Now, though, we're going to be taking a little bit of a breather as we do take a break before our second game. Nova currently taking the lead. Will they be able to close it down? Well, we'll just stay tuned and maybe you'll find out.
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you?
Left a star glowing in your eyes when I'm not aware. You left a scar. I fall into your lies all again.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the NECC. And okay, so Nova Nighthawks went up against the Clark Red team on Chalet, Joe, and just run us through it. How did that go?
Not well, if you're a Clark Red University fan. But for Nova, well, it was their map pick, and it showed in the gameplay pretty well. They were very comfortable on it, and Clark just not necessarily on that map. It just felt like they weren't, it wasn't their map to say. But you know what? This one is. We have Clubhouse. Yes. So not this one, not this old ancient map that you're seeing on your screen. It's Clubhouse. So
this is my favorite Clubhouse.
Is it?
Yeah, I like this one. It's got a pool. The other one it does actually. But yeah, we're going to be heading to the German Clubhouse, not the Ibiza Clubhouse. And looking towards that map, I feel like a bit more of a default map, if that makes sense. I mean, you go to Clubhouse, you know what you're going to get. It's been played a million different times, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. And that's kind of, it's definitely a map that's a little bit of an equalizer for a lot of teams. And just because everyone kind of knows how to play it for the most part. So I expect Clark to be a little bit better off on this map than, they were on Chalet. But at the same time, they are starting on that attack, which, especially at a higher level, this map has started to seep into more of an attacker-sided map. But, as you get down, to not pro and basically pro-level play, the further you go down the tiers, the more defender-sided it is. So, especially with how the bans are, a Thatcher and Knock isn't really, a defender helpful ban, so I do expect this to be pretty defender-sided.
Yeah, now, well, you can see these two teams are currently playing Rainbow Six Siege. Ski is doing something a lot harder. Ski is currently trying to play the Have Fun Playing Rainbow Six Siege challenge. It's impossible, by the way, in case you've tried it. Looking towards Clubhouse, though, for those who might be able to enjoy it just a little bit, we're seeing that Thatcher taken away again. Clark Red, they're taking away that knock, and that's something I'm actually quite surprised to see. I mean, they were the only ones to really use knock in that last game. I think they are worried about maybe players going up the other set of stairs. I mean, Chalet, it's a very isolated map. That knock is mainly going to be useful towards that bottom floor. But when you look towards Clubhouse, getting by flank cameras, say for a gin site, getting a knock to just walk up those main stairs might be brutal. In the same way, you need to be careful about a vigil. A knock might have that same impact. The Mirror and Valkyrie on the flip side going to be taken away, though.
Yeah, which is very, very default. And I think Mira, especially, she's not as powerful on a lot of maps, you know, as she once was. But this map is one of them. She can be oh so good on, you know, gym and basement. But that's not the site we're going. We're actually going to CC, which I would say is actually probably the worst on this map. So
since they brought out those EMPs, I've got to agree with you. It's one of the tougher sites.
It's too easy. Even then, I don't think it was that great. I think it's a site that once people figured out how to play bar, everyone realized it's not that great. So, especially just because, you know, it's so easy to get that plat wall open. It's really difficult to contest that. And outside of that, I mean, you either take garage or you take master over. Either way, neither of those are incredibly difficult to clear. But the one thing is with these Cades is you don't see what Clark has. You don't have Thatcher. And if they don't find out where these Cades are, specifically, this could bring to be a very difficult thing because they don't have a Mav. But I say all that, and Rated finds the opening kill onto the round, onto the Wamai, which is a very, very big pick because as you can see on your right side, there is a cap can on the board. So quite interesting. Or cap can, Capital.
I was a little confused there. But yeah, those were my magnets. Unlike the Jaeger ADS, they're able to actually catch those Capital pellets. And in doing so, a lot of area denial, a lot of visual denial is taken away from those attackers. Now, though, that's all on the board, like you say. The breach will get opened up with the thanks of those secondary EMPs. And that's what makes this site so hard. That breach can be open within the first minute, within the first 30 seconds of players entering that building. And now Rated down below, able to make sure no bandit tricks come through. A very, very strong start down towards that verticality, but Clark Red, they are not out of it yet. Whereas Watson 2 years able to find that first answer, brings us to a 4 versus 4, and that top floor very much in control of Nova. They have that Rafters player. That's going to be a big must-win for the side of Clark Red if they don't go for that construction rotate. The only thing that is clear right now as we hit the halfway mark is a decision has to be made of where they want to push.
Yeah, and from the control that they have, I think they should just go for a master, but they try to solo take the garage and later. See you later should be the word, as his Uplay entails, and just solo taking garage, and they're just getting taken down one by one. Nova, even though they gave up that first pick, are stabilizing themselves right back into control of the round and even the game, and Clark just look a little bit lost right here. He's going to smoke off this rotate, but still looking at the wrong thing, making sure that nobody walks through it, but that's not going to do anything. It's just Nova have every single bit of control that they're really going to want right here, and another one goes down. It's all left down to Vexilarius.
Yeah, that floor is going to be able to clear some utility, but you don't have the diffuser. Vexilarius, they're going to have to jump through. They don't have the smokes. They don't have any flashbangs. They're just going to have to go in blind, go in deep, and unfortunately, it's not going to be looking too good for them. Having that breach open so quickly was a very good thing, but they weren't able to capitalize upon it. And you will find one kill onto that Azami, but it locks in where you are with 10 seconds left. I mean, the Cade's going to come peek in. What's it to you? Tries to find a kill, but doesn't find it. and this round's just going to close down either on time or the death as they jump in. The big thing, Joe, I feel like Clark Red, when they went for this attack, you described it perfectly. It was one by one by one. They got the breach open, they got the first pick, and all they needed was to say, okay, we've got from point A to B, now we need to go from B to C. This is where a lot of teams do trip up. Where do we go from here? What do we need to do? So just make that decision. Say, we're all going to go construction. Have that player downstairs, that's fine. They can put pressure on Rafters when that when the site execute does come through. But that decision does need to be made. And I don't think Clark Red really had their finger on the pulse on where they should have gone for that round.
Yeah, no, they just didn't really have much of an idea, which has kind of been the story so far, right? They don't seem very decisive on what they're doing. Seems like, you know, maybe not necessarily lost, but they just can't, as a group, make a decision together on what they want to do, and it's just causing solo plays to come in, players getting picked on their own, and just tough because, you know, that first pick was worked because they droned and raided right through, and he found that opening pick. And after that, though, nothing. They did nothing. They got the main wall open and just sat there. So someone has to be the one taking initiative, making these decisions for them, because at the moment, no one's doing that, at least from what it looks like. And you know, you can see how good they can be when they are making the decisions, but it's just it's a tough thing to watch.
I think I have to agree. Speaking of tough things to watch, Rated going to get taken down. The player to find that first pick in that last round is going to be the first one to fall. That Ash taken away. That very heavy fragging power that you can bring the soft breach as well. It's just not going to happen. On a site like Kitchen, having Ash taken away when you don't have a sledge or you don't have a buck, that's absolutely huge. Right now, the thing that's drawing my attention, Clark Red, they're not really aware of this player over the walls being stairs. I don't think they're really going for that full roam clear. And if you're going to go for a full roam clear, you have to be ready to push that site fast. Unstable will be taken off by Vexilarius, who's able to find the kill, takes out the Solace, which at least means that any plank going down won't be spotted, but Pulse and Vigil on the board. It's going to be a very tough push.
Yeah, and so much, just, you know, so much for them still to do, and you have the Sens to work with, but Sens, especially on this site, it's kind of hard to throw them out correctly, I guess, you know, and in certain places, but, you know, she can be very powerful, but one just tries to walk through dirt and ends up getting taken down. The Iana, not able to find the kill. And that's both fraggers down for Clark Red, so a lot of work to be done, players to step up as their support. So Vexilarius does have a couple of kills early on into this game, and you're gonna look at him to really be the one to get these kills. But Wild Panther is kind of, you know, in a bad spot. Panther just holding on to a bar for the most part, and Sneaky finds one through the floor as well. So 1 minute and 10 seconds left, a 2v4 for Clark Red to work with.
But it might as well be that one versus two over towards that site with Dirt. You have Vexilarius looking to push through, while Panther has that pinch alongside Sneaky over towards Ski. That's going to be Sneaky taking them down. It's all down to Vexilarius. Gun, it has so much potential, it can make it happen. But Sneaky is giving away that information. The pixel comes through, and another round just kind of feels like a bit of a damn squid for the side of Clark Red. Nova, though, they locked things down very, very quickly. They were able to keep these key players on the board. I mean, they lost that Solaris first, but we brought... Okay, they had the Pulse on the board. That Pulse was constantly feeding the information. It was able to really just draw out these sections where Clark Red couldn't make it or wouldn't make anything happen. I mean, we saw that first pick go through. They slowed down almost immediately. I mean, it took another 40 seconds for them to really actually enter the building after Rated got taken down, didn't it?
Yeah, that's stalling out, right? That's what I'm saying. It feels like it's been that way even on Chalet. They get a first pick or maybe anything, and it just, you know, doesn't get done. You know, whether they get that opening pick or whether they don't, when they get taken down, they stall out really, really heavily until, you know, about that minute and a half mark, and then they make some things work, and then after that, once again, it's kind of the same thing. They don't necessarily know where they want to go, but you hope for them to make a change right here.
Attackers
I mean,
need to locate and defuse bombs.
You'd expect them to kind of have more of an idea of what they want to do, and we haven't seen that so far in this map. map, and after every round, it's starting to get tough for them because it's like the rounds are almost out for them. The time is running out.
Yeah, and you really can't afford to be in these situations anymore, where you're already a map down, and they aren't really making anything stick. I feel like Nova on the flip side, though, they're just able to pick apart Clark Red. And I think it just comes down
10
to,
seconds
okay,
to insertion.
yeah, it's Clark Red pick, but any self-respecting
5 seconds to insertion.
should be able to pick up Clubhouse. I think Nova is just showing that they are.
Attackers must locate and defuse the bomb.
No, I've never had a team that struggled severely with Clubhouse and said, okay, unstable again. Gonna be able to find that opening. Again, see you later to take it off the board this time. And 3 kills on the side of Clark Red. The entry is going to seem a bit of an issue for the attackers.
Deploying mobile cover.
Yeah, and it's like he's not even just losing an entry engagement, and they're pushing these guys back. Like, you know, there's a big difference between getting spawn peeked and like kind of, you know, getting entry picked, just because it's like, you know, just a normal take. It's like, all right, but we're still pushing these players back. You know, that's not what's going on this time. It's a little bit different. So the Anna trick is going to go out. I believe that's a thermite charge to take him down. And Clark Red, it's just in every aspect of the game right now, they are not winning. So it's just pushing right into a hold right here. Look at all this utility on this jacuzzi wall, and that's what they're trying to do here. And if you could look at this, you know, cash side, there's just nothing there. They're doing a con hold, and they didn't even take this control. They're trying to work on that jacuzzi wall, and Rated kind of has the right idea over here. He has this side of the map, but he just needs his teammates to come along and help him with it.
Yeah, having that CCTV control, I mean, it'll allow Hilarious to play over
A bomb has been located.
In doing so, they get that cash wall. They get that castle barricade off the board. No. Those ADSs, they are still going to be there. They will catch that grenade, and what's it do? Just sit there, sitting comfortably. One nade's still there, but there is going to be a boon that's needed, or at least the use of an impact EMP buddies, which we're not going to see. Rated has decided it's time to take these gunfights. It's time to take the fight over and push towards construction. Take out that shield. Sneaky, though, goes to the push and very quickly takes the head of Rated off the board. And suddenly Clark Red, well, they still have just a little bit more, especially if Sneaky is going to hit a shot like that. Takes down Ski, and suddenly that's hilarious. Somebody's on their own. They will find a refractor box taken off the board, but a massive amount of damage is already done. The C4 will get used over towards Logi, but it's something to do. Clark Red, still, they have a lot of disadvantages. They don't have the time. They don't have the map control. They're about to walk into construction, and this is why I feel like Gym Bedroom is just
attackers
such a
recover the
diffuse. Look at the line of sight that's able to be shut down. Look at the crossfires that Nova's able to set up. If Vexilarius pushes and wins the gunfight with
15
unstable,
seconds to go.
they're going to walk straight into
Attackers bomb diffuser has been dropped. 10 seconds to go.
I don't want to say lack of
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
usage, but it's kind of what it
Attackers
comes
dropped
down
the
to
bomb
for the most
diffuser.
part is that time ticks down and the final kill is found by Panther, but you have a thermite over there and didn't open the con wall. You have a sledge on the balcony on highway. Doesn't open up either of the windows, con or the master window. Misses his nade onto the castle, so not able to find the jacuzzi wall. And just so much went wrong that round. And, you know, you do mention it. It is Jim. There is so much to do, but it felt more like Clark's inability to pick apart what Nova was doing. And Nova have been doing a great job at playing around. As Sneaky hitting a couple of great shots himself and making a pretty good play, having that awareness to know that, hey, my wall and my window are both not open. I can actually swing out and find this kill, sees his opportunity to do it, finds the kill.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
It's just Nova are kind of outclassing each other and really dropping the price.
Yeah, I think for me, it comes down to that utility. Clark Red, I couldn't just solve the whole situation. You build on the circuit regen. You would probably hear those ADS there. Use that EMP. Just say, okay, well, there's got one left. The bandit charge is going to stay there, but that's not why we use it. Because there's a few steps ahead. This is going to be in certain
10
situations.
seconds to go.
You can't just say, you're on the side of Clark Red. Okay, well,
5 seconds left.
we've only got one EMP. We're not going to get the wall opener with it. Let's just rotate. Regardless, though, when they did go for that rotate, they did try and push into construction. They did have some elements that had promise. I feel that third dimension of having these window players should have stayed there. Vexilarius, I would have loved to have seen stay on those windows. Just applying that pressure at the end of the game, that was done. Maybe that construction would have gone a lot better. They would have had somebody contesting the cage in the lobby. And, you know, hindsight's a wonderful thing. You know, we've got to give them a lot of credit. Clark Red, they haven't played poorly. It's just Nova have, in these key situations, had that but they've shown that they can perform. Speaking of, that K-Claw is going to be taking out the thermite charge, and now those EMPs are going to be fully used up. It looks like Clark Red will want to go low. In my personal opinion, I'd probably say look towards red and construction.
Yeah. It's kind of play just because, you know, having to clear out cache with not being able to get that wall open is going to be really tough. But if you do take garage control, it'll actually help you get that flat wall open. First kill going in for Nova. Once again, Bunny's the one this time going down first. And yeah, the Captain Tower with no mind. I wish they'd use those fires, right? I mean, he used one, but not multiple, and that should be enough for, you know, this is zombie right here to have to move off of this R1 angle. I mean, look at this angle. It's such a tough one to peek, but,
yeah,
you know, with the Capital bolts, it should force him, and he uses a second one, but not in the correct spot, and not able to hit the shots. It's a zombie just having whatever she wants, really, upstairs over here, and as you see the problems now with the garage, it's, you know, the challenge is without that main wall being open, and this Raiden is not able to find a kill. It's, what's it, 2 yards? Getting these kills, and yes, it is. Just using the C4 to find a way to confirm that kill, and Clark really struggling on the stake here.
Yeah, now see you later heading over towards red. Realistically,
Drop the bomb
Field
diffuser.
should have been using those that kind of
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
You weren't able to. They weren't able to.
Attackers bomb diffuser has been
Immediately
dropped.
once it to you came around. Sneaky's able to find see you later, but Vexilarius. Cooked that nade just a little bit too long. Maybe focusing a little bit more on the audio of the players above them than the time that it was held. It's happened to the best of us. I'll be the first to admit it's happened to me as well. But definitely that Capital usage has got to cut off that rotate. It's got to cut off that corner position if you know where that is army's playing. You force them out, that player down in Logi, or in Lounge, sorry, should be able to deal with them as long as there's a player on the front door for Garage. Ultimately, that round could have gone a lot better for Clark Red. They had a lot of the ingredients to make
Attackers
the cake.
need to locate and
They
defuse
just
bomb.
kind of got halfway through before it all started to fall apart.
Yeah, no, I mean, you'd assume, right? And it definitely is that beginning of the round, but it's just, I don't know, I'm not really quite sure. It's definitely, I'm finding it tough, really, just for, you know, Clark Red here, because the utility usage at the beginning, not great, not able to find that wall, and all those problems get sorted if you just bring it back.
10 seconds to go.
You know, that main wall gets open, you pop that thing open, and then
5
boom,
seconds left before
the Cap
insertion.
Tower able to get a better angle on, you know, those fireballs on
Attackers'
these
objective
zombies,
is to
and
locate a
it's
bomb
easy
and
to
defuse it.
burn. And it's just a lot of things going wrong for them early on in this rounds. And, you know, they only have 2 more attack rounds to make it happen, but from what we've seen so far, it's not been great for them. But this is different. This is something we haven't seen. Vexilarius finds that opening kill onto Panther, and Rated just flying his way down to the stairs, and I think they know that he's there, but that's a lot of control gained
Setting nitro.
for them by doing this.
Sensor activated.
Not with the pulse up. They give it right back, and now Rated just taking
Loading new mag!
McCready. It looked so good for a few seconds.
Yeah, it started out very fast. They had that open and picked out early main stairs control. Players heading over towards kitchen and control coming over towards dirt, but Two players now taken off the board compared to Wild Panthers 1 and Sneaky with that constant feed of information. We saw how important it was in the last round on this site. Well, we're going to see just how important again. Clark Red have a constant feed of information of their own, but it doesn't have C4s and it doesn't have the opportunity to kill with that active ping. Ski putting that pressure over the walls main stairs, isn't going to be able to land any shots. Very uncomfortable, very tentative situation for Clark Red. They can push out, but they are going to struggle, and they aren't going to do it without taking any casualties. The player in the hatch is known by Sneaky, but without the C4 can't make it happen. The audio of the player pushing over towards AKs is going to start getting that plant down, but see you later, taken out by the C4. His Vexilarius has an answer. Can't find another one, and what's it to you is going to close things down, and Nova going to pick up another round, Joe.
Yeah, no vert was really brought from them either, and if you're going to do a kitsch dirt, you have to bring a vertical operator. You have to bring a sledge. You have to bring a buck. Something to get those floors open, just because that pulse should not be able to really just sit down there and survive. That's not a position you can allow him to play. And if you're going to go for a kitchen drop or really anything, that position has to be cleared. And they weren't able to do it in the pulse. Did so much damage right there. Found one C4 and just so much being done just from that one position alone. And like I said, it's just, you know, maybe even when they do have an idea of what they want to do, it's just, you know, certain things, certain mistakes being made that, you know, you'd expect them to not necessarily make.
Yeah, and on the side of Nova, to give them credit, they're really into it. They're saying, okay, well,
Oh, of course.
that C4 comes out, takes a kill of the buddies. That's Lion taken off the board. That means the pulse can still play down towards that kitchen side. In doing so, there's a constant stream of information. The audio cue of that sense and Osa pushing in, getting that plant down, gives the call for that C4 to go through. I think it would be a very different round if we did see Sneaky get taken out instead of Wild Panther maybe. But I think it comes down to the fact that Nova were prepared, they were ready to say, right, gonna get this early pick. If Panther doesn't get it, Sneaky will. And I think they just kept the level head. They didn't get too aggressive. They only had the one player on the roam and said, right, it's done, we just move on. We're going to turtle down. And they were able to hold the angles. They got aggressive on those angles, yeah. But there's a difference between playing aggressive and swinging everything. They were very careful about what they dealt with. Rated, got to be very careful as well, because you realize gym bedroom over towards the main stairs, that barbed wire is going to give away your position. The timing is going to be essential. See you later is going to learn very, very quickly that Amaruing onto site isn't going to be giving them anything. It does, however, give Rated the opportunity to push up. Able to find one kill, takes out what's it to you, the C4 off the board. And while Rated will drop back down, they still have their life. The opportunity to sit there, regroup, and talk with the team. A 4v4, 2 minutes on the clock. Where do we go from here?
Yeah, no, where do you go from here for sure? And I believe they should know that this Cade is... Where's the other one? I see that one.
It's in the top right.
I see that one. Where's the other one?
Not reach it.
You just gotta pop the wall open. Do the Mav trick. The good old Mav trick. The classic. But you see Raiden now, a play that we maybe expected to see just because we saw him run down to the basement and make one that he had made last time. But they're a little more set up than they were last time, just because, you know, they have that barricaded, so they are going to have this audio cue when Rated ends up coming over here, and they're not going to be able to find this, and they're really struggling to get this ball open, man. It's tough.
I mean, yeah, they're contesting the angles. They're trying to just get a little opener. They can find that first pick. Well, suddenly Nova, they're put on that back foot. They realize there's time on the board for the attacking side. And the player advantage as well. It wouldn't be looking great, but that hatch is going to start opening up. This isn't time just being wasted. This is time that's being prepared. The drones are going through. The pressure to construction's coming through. The frag onto Sneaky's coming through by Rated. Having rotated all the way around to CCTV. Now they're getting that player on that construction window. This means they can at least apply that pressure onto Logi as well as the cash player. And let's be honest, we all know if you go for a double peak, you can only kill one person. You can't guarantee the win. Unstable and Panther, though, able to get a pick each of their own. And Unstable, unable to find another one, it's going to leave it down to Haya and Panther to get 2 picks and give themselves a perfect half.
Yeah, all on them, but Vexillarius is kind of the one who's he's been piecing it up for them, and so is Panther, but he actually hits a beautiful shot. I thought the words that were going to come out of my mouth is Vexillarius finds the kill, but he doesn't. Bunnies gets one back as well, and he has an idea of where this last player is, but this rotate struggles with it, and the Frost Mat takes him down. Clark down 6-0 on their map pick, and Nova have just, for the most part here, done such a good job at really, even when the going gets tough for them, finding a way to close out the rounds.
I can't really believe that. I just saw that, man. Vexillarius, I feel like, should have been able to find that kill. Unfortunately, wasn't. The refrag came through beautifully. But it comes down to, we're seeing, I think Nova, they're getting this first pick, or they're getting this first advantage. And suddenly Clark Red, they're starting to slow down just a little bit. They're starting to say, well, we've just lost a player. Well, Clark Red, they've just lost Rated. What are they going to do? They're going on to the defensive side. This is a momentum reset, but if there was a round to win, it was that last one. I mean, you could at least go in saying, well, it's not match point. Because now you've got to play the perfect game of Rainbow Six Siege, Joe. You've got to win 6 rounds on the trot to get to overtime. And that's just to get to map 3.
To map 3. But I will say though, if they end up sending this game to map 3, that's one of those moments as a player where it's like, what's the word? How do I put this? It's chalking, to say the least. If Clark Red can somehow get themselves onto that map 3, they won the series. That's the way that I'd look at it. But they got to get there, and it's not great.
A big reset has to come through, man. Heading towards his bottom 4 site, well, the basement, definitely something Clark Red kind of leaning towards, especially on Chalet, but at the moment it's, let's see how well it deals them. Vexillarius. With all the eggs in one basket approach with the cap can. It can work, especially if you can get Nova, which have been a very aggressive team so far, a team that have been very, very comfortable going for these gunfights, going to get these early picks. And as you can see, they can just go open that hatch and just drop it to blue. As they're able to find 1 kill, things are very easy. A second one comes through for Wild Panther, and while Rated does have that reflag, the plan starts to go down. Sneaky, getting aggressive, finds buddies, and Rated gets taken down. It's all down to Vexillarius. 6 kills on the board, but you're going to need another 5 if you want to keep your team in it.
Yeah, he's going to have to find the kills in Vexillarius. He has an opportunity. He starts to get wall banged right there, and he does get taken down. Nova finally closing out the game. I shouldn't say finally, really. That was insanely quick, to be quite honest. But, I mean, hey, pretty dominant from Nova. And even though Clark did get dominated, obviously they had their moments. But Nova, I mean, there's a lot of positives to take away from this game if you're them.
Yeah, I think so. And even if you look at it from the worst possible outlook you can, while still being positive, there's a lot of work to be done. There's a lot of evidence on what you need to stay looking at improving in the VOD review. I think it comes down to these mid to late rounds saying, okay, well, what have we done so far? What do we have? How do we move forward? And just speeding up that little process. So maybe it might just be a case of having a couple of scrims, just seeing how, focusing mainly on that late round. Maybe have a chat, say, how do you want to take it as a team? Do we say, right, we go all in, or we take it really slow? And how are we going to do that? Who's going to do what in situations like those? I feel like do something like that, we would have seen a much different scoreline on Chalet. And going towards that clubhouse, we might have seen a couple more rounds come out for Clark Red.
Yeah, I just think they need a voice, really, just one person. I don't think it matters who it is. You know, and there's kind of this saying, especially when you're kind of learning the game, you're learning comp for the most part, that we kind of all had to go through, and it's better to be 5 dummies than, you know, 5 people making the right play, but separately. It's better to do, you know, the wrong play together than, you know, making right individual, because, you know, it's better to be together, play with, you know, everything. But I mean, it's that's kind of the one thing, you know, if they just have one voice, doesn't matter who it is, what they're even doing, they just need to do it together. But that's this game. So I believe we have one more after this, but that's kind of all me and McCready have for you in this first game. But stay tuned, there still is a second game that will be kind of on the end of a pretty long break, but you know, hey, just tune in for the next one, and I'm sure you'll have a good game of Collegiate Siege.
Yeah, you know what I want to see though, Jack? I want to see some highlights brought to you by Orbital of NECC Week 8.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NECC Highlighted with your host, Orbital. We've had an amazing week of games here with week number 8 as teams are winding down from the regular season. With one more week to go, they're putting their all into these final matches. Without further ado, let's get started with the highlights.
Jet instead of the Rays. It's going to be really good for him.
Oh, Milky spotted out, but look at that. A good. No way you don't find that kill.
No.
Milky Doodoo not able to secure that one, and that's going to be a little bit of a stinger. The timing here could be immaculate. Goes in, is able to at least get two, but look at this. The team has his back.
It is going to be half of the team gone, as Blazer will still stay alive.
All the paint shells could have created a big problem, but pressure will mean no more utility. They just got to take the fight, and Blazer with the clutch.
Stern warning. The way of Clark Red and Ventus is Scorpion able to fire back, finding it all, but the lockdown is going to be more than enough to push you Ottawa out of here.
Trapped in a position. Mr. Raccoon has a high sight line. You're staring at a wall. The computers are really cool looking, but 3 players are detained. They're now just coming out of their lockdown. Scorpion has to be able to win it by themselves in a 1v3, but that's just not going to happen.
Out, jump in. Coming in, it's a Jay Razor versus Murray. Murray has been on fire so far. He doesn't plan on changing that anytime soon. Gets off the plant. No, he does. No, he's able to swing. Jay Razor is able to shut it down. A more and more dangerous situation. Lockdown is coming to swing. He looks out. He's swinging, pre-firing. Jay Razor is able to equalize. Actually, he's looking to make something happen. There's the tag on the Jay Razor. He comes again. He's swinging out. He's gonna actually be able to. Oh my God! Robo's gonna be able to get him. But Gangsta is able to do it. And does he have time? He doesn't.
And that ramification, that coordination that they have been able to pull out so far, Assumption just working so well, goes on kiting Skullsy as Ho-Ho's trying to approach them. They had to flash away, but it doesn't stop the stun into another stun into Glacial Prison. They turn into Magana, still dealing quite a lot of damage, but they're going to try to run as fast as they can. Skullsy chasing them. What they're going to do, gets the stun, hops, and they are looking to be safe on this one. Wow.
By Nightfall, their huge buster shot to keep Big Tata away, but it doesn't matter. He says this drag is mine, and this might be the turnaround that they're looking for. They pick up 2 kills. That's a nice shutdown. Front line here. Probably looking for a little bit of poke. Optimally, they want to get rid of the crown off of Sketchy Pepperoni, but they're going to opt for Oxen first. The final spark comes through. Huge Cataclysm comes down, and it's free pickings right now. And oh my God, doing a lot of damage. They find the roots, not enough though. Oxen over the wall with the cease.
Very smart so that they can take a little bit of space. Oh, and the bear is gonna fall. What a shot from Ghoul. Now needing to find the head on Dr. Tumult. Not gonna find it quite yet. The res will come out, but is it gonna be fast enough, Chef Billy? Because the University of Rio Grande is all but taking point. There's a barrage coming through, but Ghoul gonna find a kill with the Dragon Strike.
They're still lightning with the sound barrier. There's so much insurance. The Shatter was still online. Yeah, you can touch from Doomfist Gore, but it's not gonna do anything.
Primal Rage, nothing else close.
Oh no, there's no way UNO pull this out. It was 120 to 0. Shinji has got the kill. The sound barrier is there. And the University of Nebraska are on top and moments away from one of the biggest comebacks I have ever seen on Push. Red is gonna get melted. Cairo falls. The Tac Visor bow supports down.
No way.
And UNO Black will not allow the reverse sweep. They will not even allow a map 5. They bring Tim Smith the entire way back in just under 2 minutes.
Gives a little bit of boost in the tank as for good measure. Gets the 100 boost in the corner. Does everything in his power to set it up.
Bring this home. Looking good for them. Durham Lords might have to find a bit of desperation.
Show Lonker's at a boost.
and had to just get a touch off the back wall, which will give it up to Knots. Upward is Raw. He's beat the last defender. It'll float in.
Now, with all those amazing moments, there comes some funnier ones as well, with some players missing the mark or just having a little bit of fun. Here are this week's misclicks.
Power here, but not really too much health on the back of it, because guess what? Any ghost can basically two-shot at this point, and Amazon can even grab a kill there with the turret.
Anyone will come out up out into main A, and everyone just...
The first Infernal to Assumption is going to be an Assumption Soul. On Assumption Soul, it's going to be an Infernal, so it's going to be a 1 trade kill.
Come back online. Oxen's coming. Sketchy Pepperoni is coming. They're trying to find him. He's flying far. He's flying fast, but Oxen hopping over the walls like an Olympic D1 gymnast. He does not care, but Doc McStuffins with the movement, but Sketchy Pepperoni.
And with that, we round up week number 8. There's one more week of regular games, so let's make sure to tune in for those as well, as teams are on the line for playoffs. Thank you so much for tuning in to the NECC Highlighted.
Look in yourself and I'll be there, I can guide you. All the love is the same. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out. When I'm with you, I am able to keep pushing my limits, and all the drive that I have, well, I'm going the distance with you. I didn't know what I had till I knew what was missing, and everything that I dread, well, I built a resistance with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you on the ground. You were gone, I wish you'd stay. I could look at you for days. Time was well spent, that's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you. Take your time, not in the fast lane. I understand that you've been broken too many times, but I'll be waiting to mend your wounds from all you've taken. But if we listen to each other, admit our mistakes, then I can show you who I am, because I'm not the same. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you on the ground. That's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you. Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down. Trying not to follow suit. Don't like the color, I'll change the shade of it. I'm not afraid of it. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. Oh. change, but so can you. So can you. For too long about the mistakes, while I resent, I learned to hate. Forgot your names. Fear the struggle to follow on. Need to focus to prove you're wrong. I'm not wrong. I know why. Holding on to this. Holding on. I know I'm. Oh, I know I'm. Holding on to this. Holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. I know why. I know why. Holding on to this. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on.
Feelings. It's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed. Skipping out, no, I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed. Skipping out, no, I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing, and suddenly it feels like heaven is not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, I can't help but think that it's meant to be, that I'm finally right where I'm supposed to. If I let you into the secret, would you listen? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing, and suddenly it feels like heaven is not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, Can't be for too long. I found where I belong. I can hear it, I can hear it. Oh, I can't stop the rush. Every note I touch, I can feel it saving me. Tell me, can you hear the symphony?
I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They do you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial.
I wanna know you inside and out. Wanna know what's behind the light. Wanna feel that real love from within. Let me wait for me. So wait for you, wait for you.
Up all night thinking, passing the time, anxiously waiting. You're on my mind, losing and winning. You can't get it right. Hoping you see me for more than just night.
Up all night thinking, am I on your mind? Will you come meet me and change my life?
This love could be deeper, just
Sinking, will you love me?
It's cold, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you.
Addicted to you.
Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. Cigarette ash, it looks like snow when it falls in the wind, you know. And you, oh, you say you wanna dance. You're worried, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. And you're having fun. Why don't you show your friends? And you're having fun. What if it never ends? I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. Miss Boozeless cigarettes trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off with the feeling on ice. She's as cold as December. I swear I've seen you before, holding your shoes in your hands, running out that door. And you are nothing, but you say you wanna dance. And you're worried, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands.
like me, don't need you to like. You can watch me go, cause I don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me, don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me, don't need you to like. You can watch me go, cause I don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me, don't need you to like. You can watch me go, cause I don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me, don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me, don't need you to like. You can watch me go, cause I don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me.
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea, into the blue. They change but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. The seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching, it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, memories, like a never fading whisper in the breeze. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on changing. Just like another season, don't want another day without you by my side. Oh, this season. You came into my life just like another
I need a scarecrow after what you did. 'Cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did. 'Cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, but this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a You're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost inside my head.
I need a second to take a breath, to keep me guessing with what you said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me. to fix a lie. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me too.
Is it okay if I'm to say I'm catching feelings from all your dealings? Am I astray? What do you say? How are you feeling? Is it the same? I hope you're not planning to waste my time. To my surprise, that was her reply. Now we vibe. It's been a while and such a ride, the stars align. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She my do or die, my bona fide. My up when I'm down, she's always beside me. She makes me feel alive, I won't deny. Her love for me is real and kinda suicide-y. She's not the same, she's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under her type, but yeah, that's still my babe. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. Getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role.
I am here in the middle of nowhere. There is no there, it is cold there, but I am safe and I am warm. Although it's hard, I know I gotta keep up. No time to lay, to drift away. I find my space, I spend my time down the rapids. flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above, just like below, and I don't know where I should go. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above, just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? The truth. I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah.
When you dream, do you see beautiful rays of light shimmering, guiding you through the night? I know it feels like the night's getting longer and light is harder to find. I promise I'll always be there. I'll remind you when you close your eyes. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. Of miles away, I can see you and me like it was yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I'm still behind you every step of the way. Look in yourself and I'll be there, I can guide you. All the love is the same. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out. when I'm with you. I am able to keep pushing my limits, and all the drive that I have, well, I'm going the distance with you. I didn't know what I had till I knew what was missing, and everything that I dread, well, I built a resistance with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you on the ground. You were gone, I wish you'd stay. I could look at you for days. Time was well spent, that's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you. Take your time, not in the fast lane. I understand that you've been broken too many times, but I'll be waiting to make you lose from all you've taken. But if we listen to each other and admit our mistakes, then I can show you who I am, because I'm not the same. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you off the ground. That's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you. Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down. Trying not to follow suit. Don't like the color, I'll change the shade of it. I'm not afraid of it. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. Oh. so can you. So can you. For too long about the mistakes, while I resent, I learned to hate. Forgot your names. Fear the struggle to follow on. Need to focus to prove you're wrong. I'm not wrong. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it.
Feelings. It's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed in. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know my heartbeat needed skipping out. No, I can't keep score when I lose my breath. Boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed skipping out. No, I can't keep score when I lose my breath. Boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing, and suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, I can't help but think that it's meant to be, that I'm finally right where I'm supposed to. If I let you into the secret, would you listen? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing, and suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, and before too long I found where I belong. I can hear it, I can hear it, oh, I can't stop the rush. Every note I touch, I can feel it saving me. Tell me, can you hear the symphony?
I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. like snow. When it falls in the wind, you know. And you, oh, you say you wanna dance. You're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. And you're having fun. Why don't you show your friends? And you're having fun. What if it never ends? I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. Miss booze, lit cigarettes, trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off, put the feeling on ice still. She's as cold as December. I swear I've seen you before, holding your shoes in your hands, running out that door. And you are nothing, but you say you wanna dance. And you're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. Miss booze, lit cigarettes, trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off, put the feeling on ice still. She's as cold as December.
I'm cutting dice. Look at these eyes. They're not here to please you. There was a time you could be mine before all that you put me through. I knew that you were trouble, but I don't think you were bad. I'm living in this bubble and it makes you so mad. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me.
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea, into the blue. They change but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. The seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching, it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Each time of year carries memories, like a never fading whisper in the breeze. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on changing. Just like another season. Don't want another day without you by my side. Oh, this season. You came into my
First match done and dusted. We move on to our second. It's Sam Houston State University taking on University of Texas at Dallas. Green, I'm time late. Joined alongside me is Corbeck. I'm only here for a little bit until Klimps gets here. He's actually playing. But for the time being, Corbeck, how you feeling about our matchup?
Oh, good. Should be interesting down here in Challengers Central. I don't actually have a record for Sam Houston State. I'm not sure if they entered the series late or whatever. They put up a good win over CMU Varsity earlier on this season. Promises to be an interesting match, and there you go. You can get an idea of the roster, and well, there is that Sam Houston State record if you wanted an idea of how it goes. The Comets, they have played quite well over time, but they unfortunately just never seem to be able to pull out the win when they need to, and I'm a bit worried that that's probably going to be the case here tonight as well.
Well, let's first take a look at that Comets green roster. To Kill a Fiend, Earthquake, Brian, DBC, Skelly P, and Cherry Blossom. I have gotten word from Earthquake herself that she is on the bench for the day. She actually just casted on her own Twitch channel the game that my university was playing in all of 10 minutes ago, so fun little tidbit on that one. Now let's take a look over at Sam Houston State.
Yeah, Sam Houston State roster, mostly juniors, so I mean they've still got a year of play left in them, which given their performance this year bodes very well for them in upcoming seasons. They're obviously clicking together really well, considering they stand at the top of the division. Looking forward to seeing what they can bring here tonight, and I'm assuming they're hoping for a nice easy one here on the late night broadcast. They're not going to have to pull this one out until the wee hours of the morning in order to get the job done.
Well, you've seen the rosters. Let's take a look at where our matchup will be heading. Spoiler alert, Skyscraper on the board, as our observer, the unnamed gamer, indicated only the second time on this stream thus far this season, which is a little surprising, and I'm honestly happy that UTD has brought in Skyscraper. If SHSU is not ready for it, it could catch him out. It could be that win factor that the UTD Comets Green squad needs to give themselves a little bit of an edge, considering they're at the bottom of the tables and they're playing against an undefeated team here in Challenger Central.
Yeah, it's a wild choice to me, to be honest. I mean, yeah, sure, possibly the Comets have something up their sleeve. They can take this team there and maybe make them feel very kind of uncomfortable, right? That's I would imagine the strategic goal behind picking Skyscraper, but a wild choice, a difficult map, and one that I would say is deeply unpopular across almost all areas of Siege, right? It's hard to find any fans of Skyscraper out there. Oh, really? You like this map?
I'm a fan. I'm a fan when I play with my rank stacks. Let's put it that way. Sometimes, not always.
Okay.
We'll see. Hopefully that becomes the case, that UTD starts to like it. If it goes their way, they're in a really good spot. But if SHSU picks this one up, they have then picked Villa, of which has fallen out of favor with a lot of teams, so they'll have a much better opportunity to close out the series 2-0.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe this is their rank stacked magic at work here. We'll see. How do you get one of those? I need one of those. I was playing unranked all day, and it's a miserable experience. I was wanted to play some Siege. I rarely play the game when I was just deep in it. Suffering.
Find caster friends. I've been queuing way too much Siege with Yali. I've fallen out of it for like the last 2 weeks because I've been just working every day, but it's significantly better when you just consistently bring in those stacks.
I imagine it would be. Grim getting banned by the Comets right there, and me, yeah, all right. Can't really make out much. The screen's having a little bit of issues there, much like Grim has issues overall as an operator. Probably the worst operator in the game of Siege right now, and that, I believe, is what we would call a meme ban. Let's see who they take out here on the defensive side. I'm very curious to see who goes. Oryx. Well, that actually is a not completely out of the box ban. I can see some advantages for picking that one up, I guess. Time certainly makes a lot more sense than old Grim there.
Yeah, I personally am a fan of playing with the Grim, if I do say so myself, just because the addition of the 5.56, getting, I believe, the 1.5 and the 2.0 on that side. You're going to take a look at us while we switch up some of the technical issues over there. Apologies for the technical delays. We're getting things sorted. I promise as soon as we do, we'll get right back into things. Skyscraper, however, probably a good place for a Grim ban, and the Valkyrie being off the board as well, one of the power positions you can play with information on a larger map that less teams play. You may not check all your corners or the corners of the rooms where a lot of those Valkyrie cameras are placed.
Yeah. Hey, if you want to ban Graham, I guess that's your prerogative here in the world of Siege. Genuinely curious to see how they come about to playing the Skyscraper map. They obviously aren't going to start on the defense, so they're going to have to come into it from that attacking side. I would argue that by and large the attack does feel more difficult on Skyscraper, right? That could change. You get higher up in the world of Siege, but at a sort of challengers level, not knocking them, but I do think probably the defense will have a little bit of an advantage here. So the hardest challenge you face on Skyscraper is just the significant complexity of this map time. There's so much involved, there's so many rooms, there's really kind of weird angles and weird peaks and weird corners and verticality and everything, that it is a real challenge. Just to have a map of it in your mind, I'd say, is a challenge in and of itself.
Yeah, and that consistency you're looking for, especially out of a map similar to that of Sky, you have to be worried about one main thing if you're at this point. And that real one main thing is being caught off guard. We're going to head into the game. Apologies for those technical delays we do over feed. Shout out Unnamed as, again, our observer for this one, keeping things going on the back end. But, Corbeck, that consistency and maybe your spatial awareness, if it can catch you out, you're in a problem position more often than not, and that happens right off the bat. Down goes Skelly P. Oh, jeez. Yeah, okay, no, it was a skin. But on Blackbeard. Really?
Odd. We're all running it with double shield operators here as well. Always an interesting choice. Trying to top or directly up the stairs, and that could go, well, probably not so great. I'd be surprised if this can get alive here as they approach the staircase. Certainly the trend was recruited. There's the first smoke grenade and then the smoke canister to match. Cherry Blossom's going to push anyway. Doesn't want to slow down, and here comes Itsuki coming up the backside right there. Absolutely murderates. There's no other word for it. Takes that blitz right off the table. Cherry Blossoms and Sherlock, the only ones left alive. And make that Sherlock there, who honestly gonna have a hard time solving this particular case right here. Oh, he also has a shield, of course.
I don't know about the shield choice for a fuse. AK-12, arguably one of the better weapons in the game, much less just for the fuse. Just did not work out for him. Odd decision, I'm gonna say, to try and run technically 4 shields, one with a gun-mounted shield, but that is so weird of a play to start things off.
Yeah. Yeah, sure
that's
is.
fair.
I don't know what to tell you about that one. How often do you see a fuse with a shield? You don't very often. So it's a speed run, apparently, from the side of UTD comments. So, all right, more power to them.
They're doing it again. Oh, Lord.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. They've got a Ying in there this time, though, instead of a fuse with a shield, so that should be interesting. Maybe if they actually apply those flashbangs, the flashes from the blitz shield, you can technically blind a lot of people and you can do some damage. But I don't know. It's a shame because I like Montaigne. I actually do like Montaigne. I wish that he got more play because I feel like of so many operators in Siege that he's actually one of the ones that almost sort of makes sense. Like there is a person who runs around with a shield in like these kind of counterterrorism hostage operations. As opposed to, you know, some Bolivian woman who can see through walls. So, Colombian, maybe. Actually, I think she's Colombian. Don't want to sell Soul short.
Well, it's a kind of there are a few unrealistic operators. Let's be real with each other. We don't have full hologram possibilities
yeah.
or holographic possibilities. Alibi exists. I'm not sure if that one's going to be as consistent. Vigil existing, and then somehow Caviera just slaps on weird soles on his shoes and Bang is silent because, yeah, that makes
very
sense.
quietly.
Sure. Why
Very
not?
quiet.
Zen is waiting at the top of black. Should be able to find maybe 2 free kills here as long as they play some patience. And there's some information. And Captain Yuri already finding an opening kill. Oh, that's C4. That could do some damage. It does indeed. Almost turning into 2 kills as they're looking to swing for a second possibility. And they're not looking at him. Dirty Dan actually able to find the kill on the Brian. Problems mounting. And the round virtually over already. A 1 versus 5 for Tequila Fiend. With a blitz, albeit this is the person to play. The swing for the Vigil and swinging 3 players is Tequila Fiend. That round ended in another odd way, I suppose.
Yeah. It sure did. And SHSU Orange looking perfectly fine right there. Perfectly comfortable with the way this is going, and probably not surprising because, you know, you get some aim training in, and that's good. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, you don't get a lot of opportunities to practice how to handle shield operators. We'll just put it up that. It's good. It can be really confusing for some people. Jump into the you know, whatever that weird Siege's Magic event where like some people have shields and some people don't. And you'll see how bad people are so bad at handling shields. It's wild. I mean, it's a lot more difficult in that game mode, to be fair, but it is interesting in general to see people sort of struggle with the shields overall. Given that SHSU Orange, they're running a relatively, I would say, sort of straightforward actual defensive comp here. I actually just want to say I really like this for Skyscraper. I think this is a really good setup. You have some good roam potential here. The anti-drone denial really cuts down on the information game, which makes a claustrophobic map like this so much more difficult. And then, you know, obviously having Solus in play, functioning as both a drone destroyer and just a general intel op, it is quite an, I would generally say, quite an overwhelming team composition in terms of the information advantage that it gives any defensive side.
Position now for the Comets to be. And after those first 2 rounds, they've gone with a fairly cohesive composition where multiple operators can play around one another. Information gain, where both you have audio and visual with the IQ and the Kevy combination. The IQ is the direct counter to Solus at this point, but Solus is technically a counter to IQ just the same. Depends on how you look at things, I suppose. And odd positions now for the Comets to be in. They're switching away from, I'm going to say they're meme comp because there's no way they actually wanted to win those first 2 rounds. I refuse to believe it. But if SHSU is caught off guard by this, and all signs point to they may very well end up being, that could be a problem for them when their comfortability goes out the window. Or, in this case, the luggage door, because that's just a free opening kill. Itsuki actually looking for a follow-up. Will find it, and will back out with their life.
Yeah, Yuri here just trying to hold it off. Good little tap fires right there. P90 goes in and chucks a couple of impact rounds around the corner. Just trying to collect something with both. The ball won't find it. It's caught on the other side by Tequila Fiend, which is the 2nd kill here so far in the match for the UTD Comets. Tequila Fiend now stepping up there on the sends as Brian actually picks one up. So does Skelly P. And here we go, Comets. Where's this been hiding this entire time? Perhaps they genuinely did write those other maps off. Skelly P, unfortunately, down right here. The shotgun, I think, is going to bring down yet another one. That's Tequila Fiend, who gets dropped. Leaves everything on the shoulders of Sherlock and Brian here. Never mind. Dirty Dan is down. They should be able to do it. Brian gets caught by the Mossberg. The Mossberg again. And you cannot play silly games with that shotgun.
Swing, and swing again. SHSU find a clean double. That's the start they needed on the defensive side. A1 clean clutch as well, as UTD did indeed make it close. And that was the adjustment we needed to see from them. I also feel like those first 2 rounds were a little bit more of information gain than anything, because they didn't take full fights. They only really entered from one side, but they gained, like I said, a little bit of info off the back of that. The adjustments to the IQ, and most importantly, I think the Kebi in that round gave them a lot more info to work with in the specific round, and the adjustments came through, made it close, but SHSU, they have A1, who was there with the smoke and the Mossberg shotgun to clothesline opponents across that luggage entryway. Clean finish there for SHSU, but it was a chaotic start, to say the very least.
Yeah, it was chaotic, getting a little bit lost in the sauce there at the game that UTD was playing, where they were just sort of bringing chaos. And, you know, SHSU Orange, they have a very comfortable handle on this match. You can tell that they feel comfortable here, but you do want to resist the urge to kind of muck in at the chaotic nature of the UTD Comets, because that's what they want you to do, right? They kind of want you to get locked up in this sort of quagmire, and then that's when you start making mistakes, and the kind of mistakes that the team could very easily capitalize on to cause a significant amount of unpleasantness to come your way. That said, I think Orange is pretty confident. They're not gonna succumb to all this. Let's see what the lineup is here from the Comets this time. Ooh, okay, interesting. Brava, newest operator. Don't see an awful lot of that used effectively, and well, Amaro in there as well, dead already. What a shame. Iron sights on the Storm, by the way.
Who needs a sight on their MX4? It's overrated. They figured they'd nerf the MX4 Storm themselves. They didn't need Ubisoft to do it for them. Zen's taking the balancing into their own hands. Or, I suppose, the opposite so. Maybe Iron Sights are goated. The world may never know. Dirty Dan aware of the possibility of a walk-in here. Still watching the window. There is some aggression there. I believe that's Sherlock upside down repelled. It is indeed, as we switch over to that side. The Glass trying to get aggressive, but an odd position for them to be in. You can't afford to send in the Kludge Drone, which will not be caught out by that Mozzie Pest. Instead, Kludge Drone will look to go in, and will hack out an alibi clone.
I will say, I do think it's a little bit... Yeah, there goes the Kludge Drone. And,
whoa,
some serious gunpowder coming out of the side of UTD Comets. They just light up all of a sudden. And there's that shotgun attempting to clutch it out again. It will not do so. Zen steps up the stairs here and fires a burst from the Storm, immediately going for the reload. And this has become a whole lot more dangerous here for the side of S. Orange still has that coverage there with the Glass sniper rifle. Could really turn that into something if they can just find the angle. Sherlock trying to engage, gets caught looking. It's a 1v1, and there you go. The Comets pick up a round after a solid plant.
Plant. The hold a little chaotic because there's no real safe way to hold across towards the Black Stairs, especially with that defensive setup, but the recuperation was good, and most importantly, the kill to close out the round. Good finish for UTD. That's a way to come back onto the attacking side of Skyscraper, which, by the way, is defender-sided. Let's get that out of the way first. SHSU is expected to win 4-2 or 5-1 on a somewhat consistent basis here on Sky. But if UTD Comets can bring it back to that 4-2 or even 3-3 situation, they're in a much better situation going on the defensive side, because remember, they chose the map. They'd at least be better suited at that point, but they wouldn't be safe by any means, because SHSU, brief reminder, they have yet to lose a map thus far this semester, much less a series.
Indeed, that is the case. And I mean, it would be something really, honestly, for the Comets to pull that off on them here on Skyscraper. I just don't know if it's necessarily going to happen, so it is what it is. You know, I do wish Iron Sights did not suck as much. I usually like Iron Sights in video games, but in Siege, oof, impossible. Can't do it.
I think there are a few guns where I can use Iron Sights on a consistent basis.
10 seconds to go.
One of them, shotguns. I mean, obviously, most people don't actually put sights on shotguns. The second is the MP7. I have to say, somewhat of a fan, but it's one of the few. This is a spawn peak that I personally employ when I play Skyscraper. One of the main reasons I like it, and one of the main reasons I don't, because shields are basically a direct counter to it. And there are now 4 shields being used by UTD. The Osa Talon shields, the Montaigne, the Fuse, and the Blitz, with the Ying, just to add insult to injury. Another setup where you're looking at for UTD and saying, what is going on here? And the answer, a lot of deaths. Maybe not, hold the phone.
Just a brutal gunfight right there. Death backwards and forwards. Doesn't seem like the attackers are getting the better side of it, though, here at the end. And sure enough, one more kill in the pipe. Oh, and the Montaigne, he tried from distance, but it won't work. He's done and out. And the shield rush fails yet again. These phalanx formations were left behind in the Age of the Romans for a reason.
Very, very much so. So, with that being said,
didn't use a phalanx, by the way. Just as a history person, I have to correct myself. I can't say that.
but they did use shield walls like that. You can't. It just doesn't work no more. It's sad.
I wish I could.
What if they all came like 4 abreast though? Can you imagine time? They're just
That'd be
all stacked up. That would be scary. I'd actually be a little afraid.
I'd be oddly concerned, especially with like current militaristic situation. That would be a weird situation to face. But anyway, I said at the beginning of the stream, I'm only here until our favorite forehead joins in. Our favorite forehead is indeed here, so I'm going to take a step away. He's going to steal me and hop in with E4Beck. Everybody was very nice to join me, but I'm going to head back to the production chair while Mason takes his spot.
Welcome, Glimpse. Oh, he's not in the VMix yet. Okay, well, for those of you who aren't aware what VMix is, there's some technical mumbo jumbo that needs to be completed here as we look back to Skyscraper, this thrilling matchup, testing our intellect, our fortitude, our moral courage here at the late hour in NECC. On the round is starting here, another attempted spawn peek from Captain Yuri. He's just looking for something, but nothing is forthcoming. Brian running around the outside, looking to get that kludge drone, kludge, into position here to maybe take over some of these defender gadgets. And I don't know that there is honestly a fair amount of gadgets to take. I can't think if you can actually hijack an alibi. It would certainly be fascinating. Sherlock there. On the glass again, we've seen this bit of tape before. Will he win the gunfight? No, not quite yet, and no, not at all. Dirty Dan rolls the corner right there and picks him up with the CX-4 Storm, this time with sights attached. Sherlock doesn't like that, but unfortunately that is the way the cookie crumbles sometimes here in these NECC matches. Reload there for Dirty Dan as we check back over to kill a fiend. Getting a couple of shots in, can't bring it down. A kludge drone is gone. Sherlock is certain that bullet bended, like that one sort of box office failure of a movie called Wanted based on a comic book. That's actually kind of alright, but a little in your face. Brian picking up 2 kills right there, and that's a perfect start here for the Comets. Only about a minute and 40 seconds left in the round, but they're doing great. Out comes the shotgun there from A1X, which is a scary prospect. Has already claimed the lives of many of these or I should say UTD Comets players here over the course of this match. And he's just waiting there, waiting for somebody to not check their corners. That's all you need. And I'm getting confirmation here that Klimps is joining. Welcome, Klimps, here in mid-round situation. Round number 6.
Howdy. How do y'all do? But, well, I just finished my own actual NECC game, so now I get the joy of casting one. And I'm Dirty Dan. I'm going to do a little bit of tag damage. SHSU, though, still remaining very dominant in this match. They are, however, in the disadvantage. Come through here, and Dirty Dan finds 2 very nice kills. Same with Zen. All of a sudden, things turn around here for Sam Houston State as they were able to take the lead. Cherry Blossom, last remaining player alive with the IQ. Not a lot of abilities, not really any utility to be able to get the job done here with 30 seconds remaining.
No, there is not a lot left in the tank. Cherry Blossom has had some plays. We can call them that, but I'm not sure that Cherry can actually pull this one out. You never know, though. It's not over until it's over. Cherry approaching the staircase here, rotating up towards Exhibit. Cherry checking down multiple angles, fires a couple of rounds, does actually find Dirty Dan. Sends him right back to the showers, but unfortunately with only about 5 seconds left on the clock, what are you gonna do? Cherry Blossom tries to roll the corner, and I'm assuming they died. I lost the feed right there, but it does appear, based on this kill cam, that it ended in some way, shape, or form.
The round did end. You are correct, Mr. Tristan. That is how things operate here in R6. As I'm joining in a little late here for the stream, Grim ban is interesting. I'm curious what the history is behind that, but clearly the bees are the bee's knees and dangerous and deadly. So Tristan, why don't you fill me in a little bit on some of the fun that I've missed as the side goes into the swap? How was Sam Houston's defense, maybe for the viewers that have also joined just a little bit late?
Of course, if you're tuning into this late night NECC banger of a match, you'll know, or you'll want to know all about how the UTD Comets ran 3-4 rounds on attack with 3+ shields, sometimes even 4 shields. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. The grid ban was a quote-unquote misclick from the side of the UTD Comets. A collective moment of insanity there by the squad. And if you want to hear how the SHSU Orange defense was, well, I think the scoreline probably speaks for itself. They played very composed and collected in the face of the advanced, aggressive shield warfare tactics that would not have looked out of place in an era where Vikings raided the British coast.
Well, that was a lot. What's also a lot is the walls that have all been opened up inside of the bedroom bomb site, clearly going for an open concept, one might call it, as University of Texas Dallas comments, as they have opened everything. You can see insight, and shotguns are destructive. They break a lot of things, and also you've got the impacts here from Skellip that definitely help things out, and also the Boss G. An interesting weapon of choice, but a fiery and fun one at that. If you're able to land the shots, you'll definitely do some nice damage to your opponents. Nonetheless, still though, University of Texas Dallas, an interesting choice to take bedroom here in their first defense.
It certainly is an interesting choice, and you know, these non-conventional choices coming out here from the UTD Comets as they try and throw off their admittedly on paper superior opponents is clearly what's going on here. Cherry again set up waiting there, and we'll see if any of these immediate entry areas get into certain death clashes. Those two are staring at each other through the thin boards protecting one wall. That is the Ash, and that is an attack. That was very classic Rainbow Six Siege right there. Nice effort on the side of Dirty Dan. Unfortunately, Cherry just the better in that gunfight.
Yeah, breach and clear going rather deadly as things go here for Dirty Dan. Not able to find too much progress though. Captain Yuri taking a lot of heat up top, has to whip out the pistol, but it's A1X to find a player of Cherry Blossom upstairs. The LS shotgun will no longer be able to rain fear and tear away. But I feel like have done as much destruction to the attack as to the map as the attackers have. Words are getting real difficult, but still, yet again, Sam Houston with the disadvantage can work their way certainly into this round. Lots of traps being exploded all over the place. Yuri able to finally find a body out of the vertical destruction, but to kill a fiend with the Cav shotgun finds one. Yuri will drop, gets one, but does get traded out by Skellip, so effectively a 1 versus 2 here for Zen, as the Lion is the last remaining player alive, working their way out of spawn and up on to the terrace rappel.
Well, Zen here making the big swing in. Got that Gone 6 in hand. This might be the opening that SHSU needs. The Lion stepping up here, tippy-tapping a couple of shots in. Didn't look the other direction, and, well, and sometimes you look right when you should have looked left, and that was the classic scenario right there. The CC-75 auto finishing the job, and the UTD Comets stack up another W in their column.
Well, maybe not a typical defensive setup that we might normally see from the Comets, but hey, they won, it worked, and you can't complain about that no matter what. In the end, is we're going to come to our faces just for a brief moment. Hopefully we're able to remediate some of those technical difficulties, but you guys get to see me for the first time here, so at least hello. You know, now you all know what I look like. It's my first actual NECC broadcast, so that's fun.
Attackers need to locate.
Did you win your game, by the way?
No, we did not.
That's unfortunate.
We're gonna move right past that match. We're just, you know, we're gonna slide right by. We're gonna pretend like that did not happen tonight, Mr. Corbeck. I will say I was obliterating the leaderboard, but no, we did not have a fun night. No, it was a rough one. But that's okay. That's okay. That's part of the fun experiences. Yeah, it happens, and that's part of the fun experiences. I think I'm ready for the semester to close out, and maybe I'll get the opportunity to focus on a little bit more casting, because it's something I've really enjoyed as of late. And you and I have worked a lot together lately, so that's always also enjoying. Yeah, a lot of SFCL.
A lot of
yeah, a little too much. I feel like I've just got, like, my entire last 3 weeks I've just been swarmed in R6. As Sherlock feels the same fate as I did after losing my match earlier, and simply just explodes into yeah,
Nothingness?
into the abyss.
Yeah,
Into darkness.
the comforting grip of the void. It's just like going home. Except it's not when you get a nitro cell detonated at your feet, unless you go home to a really unpleasant situation every single day. And the defender's just getting absolutely cleaned up here. The 4 shotgun lineup, I think that they were running, it might have been actually 5 shotgun lineup, is just unfortunately not manifesting the results we were hoping for because shotguns are depicted unrealistically in video games. Brian does get one, could get another, can't quite make those pellets stick, hit by the air jam there. But the reaction speed is not on the side of Orange. He'll actually blind swing that corner, does actually get one, switches over to the SMG-11, and is punished for breaking team tradition, as is the last member in the UTD Comets. It started off rough, and there's a brief moment of hope, and it was just as thoroughly extinguished.
It got real scrappy there at the entrance, so we saw bodies left and right, attackers, being next to defenders, but each other, like, them both not having the ammo and ability to shoot each other was a little bit of an unpleasant and awkward situation, but they seem to figure out their differences and settle them aside with a good old duel of the knife butt. Sam Houston, they put themselves on to match point, and that would put them up a map in the series, which would be nice. Feel like Texas Dallas, they're just having a fun time. They're whipping around, playing the funny strats, and you know what? You got to play Siege if you want to enjoy yourself.
Sure is. Barbecue and kitchen is where we're going down there on the Let's see what the members of the UTD Comets are cooking up, and it is 5 shotguns again. 3 of which are semi-auto. That's a bit unfortunate, or I should say automatic. Only 2 of which are semi-auto. What a shame. You can't find more automatic shotguns here in your defensive lineup. Pretty sure you could run shots. I'd have. I think you've got what? You've got Alibi.
Yeah, ECSG on Alibi. You can also run it on a Zombie and Maestro.
Alibi and Maestro.
So you get 3 of them, which is insane. Although they're really slow. But imagine 3 of those trained up in one direction. I mean, that is terrifying. Terrifyingly dangerous at that. So yeah, you get 3 of the auto shotties, and you can also run some fun things, such as the good old Year 1 Pulse edition with the one of my favorite shotguns that you do get to run once in a while, just for some, like, namely Archives Towers on a map like Consulate, when that used to be in the map pool way back when. I hope it returns soon. I miss it to an extent. I miss it to an extent. I don't know how much I really miss it.
Indeed. Itsuki attempting to get some shots in early right there is Dirty Dan on the blitz, setting up for a potential shield rush here. Sherlock falling back bravely, turns his back to the window right there, even though he knows his opponents are outside of it. Only 22 rounds left in the shotgun for Sherlock. He doesn't have a lot of options to play with. He takes a potential look out the window, but he'll double right back on it as the dope calls. Has to answer his phone, and the answer is death. He is down and done to kill a fiend, though, clapping right back, immediately trading out there with a 1 to kill a fiend. There's that alibi shotgun. And a whole shield here on the stairs leading up to Exhibit. A big flash for Skelly P, and it's all done there. Dirty Dan cleaning up. 2 members, 1 member of UTD Comets left here. It's Cherry Blossom yet again. Cherry to try and save the day in the 1v4, has the auto shotgun, has a heartbeat sensor, has a shaved head, and a pair of sunglasses. And what more do you need? Actually gonna whip out the Colt 45, go old school here, and just see if they can get those kills in. Instead, they'll just hide in a corner and teabag while the clock runs down.
Yeah, the mouse sock out, and the team kill here from Itsuki is they don't want Dirty Dan to find any more kills. They said, you've had enough, you found 11, we want to close out the map, and Itsuki finishes off Cherry Blossom, who simply just wanted to serve a couple members of the Sam Houston State team with maybe a drink or 2 at the reception desk. But nonetheless, that map closes out. It's a 7-2 victory for Sam Houston State, as clearly the UTD Comets have emphasized the fun factor here tonight.
That's right. They look like they're having a good time out there with their shield comps and their shotgun comps. Lord only knows what they'll bring us on the next map, Clamps. Could be, I'm trying to think of something else that starts with S. Maybe all operators whose names start with a certain letter. I don't know. But I'm looking forward to it. It's a grab bag of fun here.
Maybe
on
we
this
throw out
late
some
night
ideas.
NEC. Yeah, we'll workshop it during the break, and we'll send our suggestions by mail. Might not take in case this week, but it could in the future. For now, though, we're going to take a break because that's the only way we're going to get a chance to brainstorm. We'll be right back with the rest of this thrilling matchup right after this.
That I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing. I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces. There's no more to break. Don't wake me up. Not in this century. Don't wake me up. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did. 'Cause you were the devil. You messed with my head. You lied to my mother. You lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, but this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a You're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost inside my head.
I need a second to take a breath to keep me guessing with what you said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here. You push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me. Don't mess it up, feeling frustrated. It ain't enough to fix a love. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me too.
Is it okay if I'm to say I'm catching feelings from all the dealings? Am I astray? What do you say? How are you feeling? Is it the same? I hope you're not planning to waste my time. To my surprise, that was her reply. Now we vibe. It's been a while and such a ride, the stars align. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She my do or die, my bona fide. My up when I'm down, she's always beside me. She makes me feel alive, I won't deny. Her love for me is real and kinda suicide. She's not the same, she's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under her type, but yeah, that's still my babe. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this thrilling matchup here between Sam Houston State University versus the University of Texas at Dallas. Here, a late night matchup on the NECC. I am Corbeck. Alongside me is Clips, who does apparently suffer from a massive forehead, and I am a human thesaurus, which, you know, honestly, that's fine.
That is a perfect statement for you. That is completely accurate. I swear, like, whenever I work with you, whenever I'm around you, you just spit out, like, the most random fact, like, but it's amazing because it works perfectly. You've got these, like, awesome comparisons or analogies for stuff, so it's always fun. I feel like I learn whenever I'm around you, which sometimes makes me happy and sometimes makes me feel like I'm at school again. Which I'm still in school.
Fair.
So.
You are still in school, but yeah, thanks, man. And you know, it's not that massive of a forehead. It's all right.
It's pretty big.
You look
it's
fine.
okay. It reflects nicely. It's okay.
Trying
At
to
least
think
it's not.
of-
At least you're not casting with Emmett from the Lego movie. So.
Oh no, trying to think of a suitable description of this match so far here as we tune into Villa. A 3-ring circus might suffice, but there
I'd call
are
it a
no
food
rings.
fight, like a food fight.
The tent is on fire. So yeah, sure, a food fight. We can call
a
it
food
that.
fight, but it's like the 8th graders versus the 3rd graders or something. Like it's just completely one-sided. Kind of in that sense, because SHSU obviously seemed to be a little more oriented and really focusing, and Texas Dallas on the other end, they want to have their fun. They want to really run around and enjoy themselves. They are, and sometimes you can't hate them for it. Sometimes they just like to enjoy themselves and run around, and maybe that's what makes Siege fun for them. And that's the important thing, right? As long as you're having fun, that's the best thing that you can do for yourself.
Sure. Yeah, fun is good. That's the name of the game. Have fun in college while you can, kids. Then you graduate, and the world gets dark. Kind of like probably this Villa map will be, but that's okay. It's a very serious bans though, except for the Warden. That's a little bit out of pocket, but the rest of them, I mean, Yang, Dokkaebi, Mira, seriously, makes sense.
You know, Dokkaebi's a pain, and I'll tell you why. I feel like Ubisoft, this is something I say in a lot of broadcasts about Dokkaebi. I really love to express my hatred for her. I used to love her, like, as an operator, but now I feel like Ubisoft just love her and just continue to make her better and better and better every single season. Whether it's giving her EMPs, giving her the ability to lock out dead defenders off of cameras, 3-speed, also the DMR getting a buff with the muzzle brake receiving a buff. There's a lot of really big things that Dokkaebi has received in the past, so I'm totally okay with her being banned out. Living Room Library is the first defensive site here and choice of mine for Texas Dallas. Well, again, they're continuing to go with those unorthodox strategy and gameplay styles.
Yeah, they are doing something very unorthodox. And that is, of course, taking on Library as a site. We don't see a lot of teams play down here. It's not a very popular one, all things considered. We've got a Caveira hiding in the basement. That's exciting as well. And hey, the other one, Tachanka making appearance here too. Always love to see a little bit of Tachanka in the game. Though Shamika buff, I mean, he's got a lot of fire that he can distribute and slow teams down. You know, maybe there's a plan here. Maybe there's a plan, Glimpse. Maybe there's a method to this that we're just not aware of. All three of them grouping up in the basement here, ready to spring out a veritable clown car, but the clown is full of those clowns from It.
Oh,
not good clowns.
No, not good clowns. And here's the crypt entrance, not a tunnel that you typically see, but going through the wine barrel, able to find out immediately, though, a refrag as there was one death coming in. Dirty Dan does fall, who played very well in the previous map, obviously at near or atop the scoreboard in at least for Sam Houston State. Made a quick entry inside of Art and are trying to work their way into Living Room, and there's not really a big hold of defensive pressure, so I imagine that Sam Houston State can recognize this and just try to take the site, honestly, because all there really is Sherlock with the Tachanka LMG, and that's about all that's here to stop them from pushing through, as Suki finds her second on the round.
Turns it into a 3-4 here. It's Suki just kind of hiding here on the stairs coming up from the basement. I think hoping somebody's just going to walk across. Skelly P, the Vigil, now rotating around, but Sherlock has been found and killed right there. Skelly P steps out the window and checks down, heading back onto site, where a significant amount of opposition awaits the Vigil player, who approaches stealthily, quietly, like a jungle cat, and secures a kill right there. No, it wasn't him. It was Itsuki instead. There's Skelly P. He'll get one with the Boss G. Of course, only 2 rounds in that shotgun that was almost certainly not designed for situations like this. The CZ75 auto instead hopping in right there. The shotgun is loaded, misses the Boss G shots again, reloads as quick as he can, finds another one with the Boss G. It's a triple kill here for Skelly P. He's even got eyes on the defuse, but who's left? Where is A1? He'll go in for the defuse. A1's waiting outside. A1 doesn't hear the sound cue. Skelly P is gonna pull it off. A1 fires his shots in, and he bottles it. An open goal moment right there for the attackers, and they cannot complete.
Well, may not be the best loadout to get a 1v4 done, but hey, Skelly P finding 3 on the round and able to get the ninja defuse is unfortunately A1X just was not positioned in a good spot to be able to counter the defuse coming through from the comments. Instead, he could have gone upstairs, could have rotated around, done anything else except for sit outside that bathroom window, which effectively became useless just because of how far it is. You can't really hear that defuse sound. Sam Houston State lacking information in the site clearly is there was no one able to call the defuser ticks on drones, and so or Texas Dallas rather, or most importantly, Skelly P completing that 1 versus 4.
Oh, unfortunate there for this side of SHSU. You feel like they should have had a little bit better grasp on that one overall, but sometimes you get the bar and sometimes the bar gets you. And in that case, the bar was doing the getting. So they will start over again here. Moving to trophy statuary, SHSU Orange. I'd like to say that they learned some valuable lessons from that, and perhaps they did, but I mean, they had that relatively in control. I think the worst aspect of it is they just could not kill Skelly P for whatever reason. The Boss G had the magic. As they start opening things up again, Kavila Fiend all the way down in the basement one more time here, looking for these defenders. And I mean, they've certainly got tools to play with. They've got Valk, they've got Vigil. It's a roam-heavy lineup that could theoretically be quite scary. And I think Skelly P is trying to set up for a little early round cheekiness here with the Boss G.
Well, thankfully, Sam Houston haven't brought any shields of any sort because there are 8 impacts here from the Comets, prepared and ready to be fired at their opponents, or maybe just to aid them in being aggressive for jump outs. Nonetheless, though, Dirty Dan takes down Skelly P, so the hero for the Comets falls early on. Itsuki also finds to kill a Fiend, so the cab in the presence of the interrogation, or interrogation, as one may call it, is no longer on the map as well. Still with 2 minutes and a lot of time to spare, Sam Houston can begin to work their way. Trophy as only Sherlock and Cherry Blossom remain on the site.
Yeah, they've got 3 defenders left here. Brian creeping out right there, gets jumped on the corner by Captain Yuri. Captain Yuri tries to find another one. Cherry pushing up tight on the doorway leading out to the hall. Looking out of statuary, Sherlock rolling across the wide open, gets droned and tries to reposition. Does have that heavy hitting LMG in hand, but it will avail them not. And Dirty Dan gets in there and cleans up. Antithetical for the name, but not for the game.
I think he was bathing in the mud, actually. The mud of the defensive setup is, well, those open walls actually ended up punishing the University of Texas Dallas more so than helping them. But they've been going with that open concept setup all night, so it makes sense as to why they continue to set that way up. That's clearly how they feel comfortable playing. So, hey, why not? Let them cook, right? Sometimes it works. Sometimes it's fun to do in ranked and open all of the walls and really give yourself a challenge. And if you're able to complete that, then hey, you win some rounds. And sometimes the other team, it actually throws them off so bad that they end up losing it themselves.
Indeed. Dirty Dan does right there for the SHSU team, as we're over to AVG, the historically primary bomb site here on Villa, been converted into a tertiary bomb site for your viewing pleasure here by the UTD Comets, bringing a Maestro onto the field and an Echo. I like both those operators, some good strong anchors right there. Love a good Maestro. I feel like he's one of those ops that I wish I got to see more. If I'm being honest with you, because I find him really entertaining, and I would actually genuinely play him more when I was playing Siege, but usually I don't have anyone to communicate with. So there's the Maestro cameras, their value is a little bit more limited in those situations.
Yeah, definitely a little bit more difficult. Sometimes, don't you love when players' game chat mics are just amazing? Like either they're super quiet and they sound like they're really far away, or they're really loud and they're like super, it sounds like they're inside of the mic, and it's just not a fun time. So you get one or the other, and communication isn't always, well, it is key in Rainbow Six, but sometimes it isn't always preferred when the opponents are very loud. I like this play coming from Texas Dallas, as Cherry Blossom is trying to hide inside the bathtub, bringing those Mozzie pests, trying to keep themselves hidden inside of the bathroom to kill a Fiend. Also over here on the Maestro roaming kind of a weird, quirky play as a 3 armor you don't typically see running around the map. But hey, the Evil Eyes move, unlike before, in which they used to only sit still and no teammates had the ability to move around, trying to scare their teammate. It's a mistro here from Sam Houston. Cherry Blossom taps up out of the bathtub, finding 2. A very nice job on the roam so far here from Texas Dallas as they shut down the Sam Houston attack.
They do a couple of easy kills collected early on. They'll get another one as well. Cherry's making some hay up there in the bathroom, doing great work. Dirty Dan in the 4v2, trying to find a kill of his own. Won't quite manage to do it. Whips out the drone cam and goes in for a quick looky-loo here of the trophy statuary area on the approach. They've got a good idea of what awaits them. They're going to have to clear out some of this util. Still got a little bit of tools with which to do it. Certainly that Maestro camera could be not long for this world, depending on how Dirty Dan wants to do it. Drone right there, I suspect maybe a Mozzie drone, was it? I couldn't quite tell, doing a little bit of spying. And Itsuki is underground here below in a potential situation where they can drop some frag grenades. Dirty Dan finding a kill there, looks for another way forward and then rotates around to the other side. 4-1 on the set. That Maestro cam is up and looking, and it might not be long for this world, depending on how I'm Dirty Dan plays this. Sure enough, it's gone, and here comes Itsuki on the drone, giving him an idea of what lies ahead, pinging out the Jaeger, going in for that frag grenade from below. Unfortunately, the Jaeger's already left town, so the frag grenade not as effective as it could have been.
Yeah, won't be able to land the frag, but still gets rid of the deployable shield, which faulted, or at least stopped, Sam Houston from being able to entry on through. Tequilafane not able to find the shots of the red hallway, nearly found the flank, but just not quite able to do so. Itsuki a little bit quicker to the button press of the trigger, able to find that frag there, but now Dirty Dan and Itsuki have spread themselves far and wide. A flank through 90 goes very well for Skelly P, as they have been hot in this match and are able to bring down Dirty Dan to the down but not out position. Itsuki, though, could be the savior, could be the hero here for the round. Sherlock prone behind the couch is the information there. Itsuki is just a little bit better, but no, it's Sherlock actually to find the kill to end off the round. Comets taking the lead.
Well, the Comets putting on a bit of a performance right here. They were certainly not showing this much wherewithal over on Skyscraper, but I'm glad to see them back in fine form here, as if the Ratch has suddenly come alive for them on this Villa defense, and certainly Clem's benefiting from the ability, from the defensive advantage of Villa as a map. So good for really helping out teams kind of stabilize themselves a little bit in the face of difficult opponents.
Certainly, the unorthodox strategies and gameplay is actually kind of starting to work out in the Comets' favor. Throwing Sam Houston off their game just enough to be able to win their fights. Although I would like to see UTD step it up in some of the gunfights. I feel like they just lose it out to the quicker reaction times that Sam Houston State have. Still, though, nonetheless, they're keeping themselves in this one, especially with some of those plays like Cherry Blossom laying inside of the bathtub. If the UTD finds those big rounds where they just get one player to get a couple nice kills, they actually find themselves in this match rather closely.
Indeed, they are.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Taking a look here at the attacking lineup. They're putting the Lion in, getting Gridlock in on the action as well. Always love seeing a Gridlock in play. A little bit of a hard operator to use, but honestly very effective in the right situations. Can certainly shut down some routes. I'm not sure it's necessarily needed for this library attack, though I can think of a couple of places actually where the tracks might be very useful. Skelly P there with the Boss G yet again, looking to check out maybe an early spawn peek. Won't find much from it. Goes back to looking through a little hole in the wall there at the balcony entrance and doesn't find anything from that either, so starts to withdraw. Only Sherlock really here on the site. Cherry Blossom not far away. Sherlock, of course, with those yokai, still got plenty of intel as the members of SHSU Orange begin their creep, and there's Cherry Blossom way down in the basement, largely unmarked.
Early ground control here for Sam Houston as they've made their way inside a memorial. Also, a lot of drones, a lot of information being elicited for themselves as they work this main side of the map, the study side, as many call it. Dirty Dan simply just going to sprint into the bomb site. It's completely evicted by the defenders. Itsuki able to kick things up, takes down Brian, but is down but not out. The Echo with an aggressive swing. Dirty Dan should be able to win this one as the Echo is hopped on the camera at the wrong time. Sam Houston have completely locked Texas Dallas out of the bomb site. That was once there. Nice coverage, able to lock off the flank from the library door. Cherry Blossom's going to have to go massive in this round if Texas Dallas want to retain this lead, and it's not going to happen. Yuri will drop down to the floor with the old school drop shot, and things close out here for Sam Houston.
Well, it was good crossfire right there from SHSU. Sam Houston know what they're doing right there and setting that up. And it'll be over to Dining Room Kitchen now for UTD Comet. We'll see what they can do in a different bomb site. Clash making an appearance here. Not an operator we see all that often, but sure, I'm willing to watch anybody play. It's Brian who's taking over. Never mind, over to a Valkyrie. Cherry Blossom showing us the Thunderbird here as well. Thunderbird is an interesting choice, and actually not the worst one you could pick, all things considered. Not a lot of vertical denial here from the UTD Comet side, and that's about the biggest issue I think I could see with this lineup. That said, they will have 3 nitro cells in the pocket here, Clem, so it's not like they don't have any tools to use.
Yeah, all the gadgetry in the world to find the C4s, but actually, you thought they were going to have 3 nitro cells. They've actually got a couple impacts in place of the nitro cells, so maybe trying to go yet again for some of that unorthodox idea and strategy. Maybe utilizing the impacts to break the gridlock stingers if they've completely predicted the fact that A1X was actually going to bring the gridlock. And they're also maybe thinking that Sam Houston might try to bring a shield like a Monty, so now they have 8 impacts to clearly whittle down his HP and take care of that. That could also be the case, and never mind, Holden just ruining my entire point there by swapping up. Nope, back to it. Yay, back to the Monty. So my point stands. Could be able to use the impacts, but a lot of them have already been thrown actually by the Texas Dallas, so now I'm really not sure what their plan is to deal with the shield.
Well, they'll start their way in here. Holden, obviously, like you said, on that Montaigne, so the shield in play here. A lot that you can do with it, obviously. I mean, it's not necessarily just for the brute force entry, if that's what they choose to go for. I mean, you're completely correct here, Clips. The sheer volume of impact grenades on the side of the defenders is going to make it a little hard for Holden to get in a really good spot right here. But already challenging Skelly P right there, and Skelly P taking some hits for it. Skelly P, though, finds the kill on Captain Yuri, actually shoots right past the Montaigne. Holden trying to get aggressive again there on Brian, just pushing up to the doorway out of Laundry. Dirty Dan trying to play around him for a couple of kills, and they have to stop because the Legion mine gets in the way. It's Suki here holding hard on the corner. I don't think they quite know that the Thunderbird is right there. A1 trying to find some room as well. Pulls out the super shorty for those shots. Won't find it. And instead, it's Cherry who goes down as Itsuki starts cleaning things up on the backside. Slowly but surely, the defensive setup closing in right here. As A1 there taken out, the diffuser is dropped down. A1's actually going to pick it up, and they're going to try and just defuse, I think, here, using the Montaigne shield for coverage. An interesting play, and one that might actually work.
Yeah, able to get the diffuser down with the coverage of the Montaigne. Big brain, beautiful play here from Sam Houston. Here's the flank from the Cav. Could be able to find a body or two, but no, Sam Houston just starts more trained and better with the guns currently. Holden will win the fight on the Skelly P. Last player alive is the Cav of Tequila Fiend, and they fall as well shortly after inside of the China hallway, trying to find their way into the site. Not able to do so. Sam Houston with a nice play.
Well, back to our cameras here for a second as we try and sort out some of the technical difficulties. Siege is having some technical difficulties here tonight, so that's just the way it is sometimes, Clemps, as anyone who's played enough Rainbow Six Siege would know. But we'll hop right back into the game after that brief interlude as we move back to the Dining Room Kitchen. No Montaigne in the setup this time here from Sam Houston. We'll see if they change that up.
I think that camera swap was on purpose. I think there was no technical issue. I think there was some dirty play by our producer trying to satisfy some members of the chat, which clearly have built a cult for the forehead. So, you know, Tristan, as much as you tried to make me feel better and say it was small, clearly others are rising up and trying to fight against that belief.
Oh, well.
Oh, well.
Oh,
well, indeed. Well, it's almost the end of this half here for Texas Dallas as they're looking to try to even things out. And they might be able to do so. They were rather successful here in Aviator games with their defense. They found some nice plays by hiding in bathroom. It's actually a trophy saturated defense. My bad. My apologies. So they haven't won this one quite yet, but still could take advantage of some of those similar positions as earlier, like the bathtub inside a bathroom, because that's closer to the bomb site. So if you're able to take advantage of some of the misdroning that Sam Houston has done, you might be able to find some success in this round.
You might. Sure. You could find some success. I mean, I do think that Sam Houston has a pretty good idea of what they wanted to do. Talk about getting in here early on. It's Suki just pushing straight up. So many kills on. The track stingers there deploying right outside of Cherry Blossom's hiding place. Doesn't actually place Cherry, but they probably have a pretty good idea that the Mozzie is hiding in that position, so they can try and set up the coverage angles. Whether or not the Comets use that to their advantage, though, is a question indeed, because theoretically you have some bait right there, and you can kind of play around it.
It appears as though Sam Houston are aware of the positioning of the Mozzie, just have not been able to find the kills or ability to displace the player. Now they stand up, walking through the stingers. Is the cutoff there inside of the red hallway? No, it's Suki deciding to not step on out as Cherry Blossom simply escapes, but still aggressive plays to kill a fiend, dropping down into that large red hallway. And yet again, UTD going with their good old let's prone in a corner, force Sam Houston to come to us. It's still working out, at least so far in this round.
A1 there steps up, the LMG in hand, fires a couple of shots in. And it's a slow build up here for the Sam Houston attack to keep everything relatively even. Dirty Dan going down early is a bit of a loss, but they still have the gun of Itsuki in play. Brian reversing here, trying to get aggressive on the window, tucks up into the corner, might actually get something here. I don't think, yeah, sure enough. A1 had no idea, and Brian collects the kill. He doesn't get to coo over the victory long, though, because Holden's there to finish him off. Now the ace starts to step forward into the breach. Sherlock setting up on a prone angle, see if he can catch someone off guard, is Cherry, who's been playing quite well here for the side of the Comets, sort of backs up and holds. 45 seconds left on the clock, and the board is set, and the pieces are moving.
I'm still able to do so. Finally, the player of Holden will hop into the closet, but it's down to the players up on the top red side to see if they can displace Cherry Blossom, who's positioned nicely inside of the middle of Trophy. That main master wall, though, being open could actually impact them. It's not open, though. There's no sightlines. Itsuki simply just wins out their gunfight. Sherlock, the last player alive with the MP5, could try to win out this one, but not able to find the shots. On to Captain Yuri, who takes it a confident swing into Astronomy, ends up winning the round, and Sam Houston will go up 4-2 here at the half swap.
Four to two, a good attacking half here on a map like Villa. Sam Houston has to be happy about that one, Klimps. And UTD, I mean, they got the 2 rounds out there, so despite their unorthodox site rotation, they at least managed to pick up a couple of W's in the transition.
Yeah, a nice couple of wins here. But now as we go into the side swap, I have yet to see Texas Dallas go for some primed and ready attacks, so I'm curious on how those might pan out. I imagine Sam Houston will go for some of the more traditional defenses with, you know, those really cool things called reinforcements, as I think I already hear a couple beginning, so that's nice. Hopefully that continues to stride, as I'm sure it'll be much more difficult for Texas Dallas to actually crack the defense of Sam Houston State rather than it was for Sam Houston to be able to crack the Texas Dallas defenses. There wasn't quite as much.
Well, they're going to start off on AVG. No hesitation here. No unorthodox bomb sites to be played. Interesting position. Yuri's kind of going wide, which we often see Solus players want to do. One of the kind of lesser known aspects, I think, of the Solus kid, at least when she was originally billed, I feel like they didn't emphasize it enough, Glimpse, was just how good Solus is destroying drones. Dirty Dan there pumping the window, looking out from the closet, but there's no one to be found there. Instead, it's Skelly P who finds that Solus early on. So a crucial part of the defense taken out right there by Skelly P within the first 20-ish seconds of this round.
Well, early picks here for Texas Dallas as Yuri follows. That's the Solus as well. Not an operator you want to see off the board immediately, but also check out this rapid control into 90. A C4 will come through the drone hole. It actually forces Skelly P to swing out, and that allows Dirty Dan to find that kill. But now as Texas Dallas rather begin to work on the vault wall, they'll EMP and slowly crack things open. But still, it's Sam Houston to just clean up on these picks. They are doing such a good job of continuing to whittle down the Texas Dallas attack, as they have not gone through the proper steps of being able to clear these players from their holds. But Brian will find one inside the 90, but his teammate has been lost in Sherlock. It'll be a 1 versus 3 that has to be completed. Not able to do so. Dirty Dan just primed and locked on their shots in this round, finding 4 kills.
Wow. Well done by the members there of Sam Houston. They are holding firm. And the comment, I mean, they're trying. There's a good couple of efforts made right there to, I think, attempt to break this open. Surely they had a good opportunity with the first kill and Vantage. Unfortunately, they just could not make it stick in the long run. So they will reset the boards here a little bit. Brian showing us a blitz. Remember, of course, any of these attacking operators could swap out here as time goes by. The defense, of course, very set and a very interesting defense, all things considered. Quite mobile, very anti-drone. I like it a lot.
Yeah, nice defensive lineup at least set up here. Hopefully able to shut down some of the information that came in from Texas Dallas. That's been something they've been okay at, but rather the mute will be nice to be able to stop the blitz from actually flashing out any of the players on the defenders, as long as they're within that nice little 5-meter radius, and able to close things out. But still an interesting lineup being brought nonetheless here from Texas Dallas. There's no main hard breachers, but you do have the hard breach gadgets in the pockets of Sherlock should they elect to bring them out, but we'll have to see if that is their gadget of choice. Nonetheless, you have the Glaz and the Gridlock, 2 operators that you don't always see, and the Blitz as always, which signifies a fast push coming through somewhere. But also Sam Houston looking to find some early picks, as you've got Captain Yuri primed and ready to go for this run out that no one has spawned in.
Well, we'll see if the Comet can make something happen. Again, a bit of an unorthodox lineup. Skelly P on the Glaz, Sherlock on the Sens. That combo actually works, by the way, if I remember correctly. You can play them around one another. It's just obviously a little bit of a curiosity, perhaps not the most effective means forward, as they all stack up here in the basement, because of course, where else would you expect them to be? Skelly P preps the sniper scope right there as the basement barrel is blown, and in they flow. The members here of Comet trying to take this from the ground up. Unfortunately, Sherlock is taken straight to the ground very early on, and there goes the Sens, and there goes Brian as well. The double nitro cell gets 2 for the Sam Houston side.
That nice C4 coming through, trying to watch for that vertical play, but it's Captain Yuri to come through China and bust the plates of Skelly P to the ground. To Kill a Fiend also falls on the map. 0-8 on this match is certainly not something you want to see here for Texas Dallas. Cherry Blossom is able to win out the fight onto Captain Yuri, so denies the flawless round. But I mean, look at the members of Sam Houston simply just sprinting, as they are much more confident in the gunfights. Close things out, they'll put themselves on a match point.
They sure will. Sam Houston, I think, looking relatively comfortable right here, if I'm being honest with you, Climps. I don't really know if it could, you know, really not go in their favor at this point in time. The sort of off-the-wall strategies that Comet is running just don't seem to be sort of breaking the steely focus here of the Sam Houston defense. That said, gonna come at it again. They've got Glaz, they've got Blitz, they've got some tools to play with. We'll see if that'll enable them to perhaps pull one out of the fire here, though they do have to be frame perfect. You've got to win every round from here on in.
And they got to be perfect. And so far what we've seen from Texas Dallas is far from that. We've seen more fun than perfect, so embodying the enjoyable energy, but maybe not the flawless energy that we would like to see. Still, though, have opportunity to stay in this one. Again, it just comes down to, can they find the picks? To Kill a Fiend being one of those players that definitely needs to heat up if Texas Dallas want to have an opportunity in the comeback for this match. Sherlock and Brian as well also could be some of those players that could just be the key factor. But it's Suki having 14 kills, Dirty Dan with 11, clearly showing that Sam Houston are ready to be fragging out here.
Indeed, both Suki and Dirty Dan have been playing so well here for their side tonight. There's Suki getting in on the action early. Just unfortunately, Sally P able to get the trade in right there. So good effort by the Comets to keep it at a 4-4. They lost Brian early on, but the Amaru, that's a loss you can eat. I wouldn't say that was mission critical. That said, now Sherlock is gone and To Kill a Fiend is nearly dead. To Kill a Fiend gets trapped in the basement one more time, and you don't need to be Stonewall Jackson to know that you're not supposed to fight in the basement. And the members of Sam Houston go in for the cleanup here. Yuri gets one more. Cherry, the only one left. A bit of tape we've seen multiple times. Cherry's going to take a classic move from soccer here for a second. Maybe bury this one in the corner. No, actually going to go back. He finds his courage at the last second. He prepares to step up. One FBI agent against 4 highly trained killers here in Villa. Is it going to be enough? That's the real question. That's what you got to ask yourself. A hero story on display. Ignores the default camera. Continues to run. Really putting in those cardio hours. Yeah, taking a lap. Getting a good idea of the maps. Checks that castle barricade. Gonna have to destroy that right there. Fires off the breaching charge. Out comes the gun. Uh-oh. There are defenders there now. It's no longer safe. The first shot in finds Holden. Runs away. Cherry hits bricks. It's a hit or run approach. Oh, my lord. Like the steppe tribesmen of old, trying to pull this one off.
To run all over the map. I mean, going on a full world tour of Villa. Clearly, we get to see all of Italy in its glory. Not able to do so as finally the entry comes through inside of the basement. Captain Yuri there, ready to put them down, and things close out here for Sam Houston. They'll finish atop their group here in NECC. A flawless group, I believe, as they go undefeated here in the champions, or in this Challengers Central Division, at closing things out here tonight 2-0 against Sam Houston. They did not drop a single map all season.
They sure didn't, Clemson. Well, that was a game of Rainbow Six Siege. That was what that was. An interesting one. Yeah, that's how it goes.
There's really not much to dissect or
No.
go about that. I mean, clearly Texas Dallas were just trying to really enjoy, I think, what could have been their last match of the season. On the other end, you had Sam Houston, who were primed and ready, trying to go in and gun up for playoffs. As they have secured the #1 overall seed and look to be the favorites here to win the Challengers Central Division.
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. The picture on the big board right there, brought to you by Clips. But that is the end here of this late night NECC broadcast, Rainbow Six Siege. We hope you enjoyed joining us. A big thank you, of course, to our production staff behind the scenes. Thanks to Time, by the way, for filling in at the start of this. And of course, always a pleasure to work with you as well, Climps. But from all of us here at NECC, thank you so much for watching and have a wonderful evening.
Should go. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling.